What's that?
Already.
That is not working.
So, welcome everybody to Affliction Ascendant. A little bit of background on how we got here. So, those of you who were in the previous campaign, so unfortunately that's everyone, but Davruse, you have been fighting on the planet of Gilead Primus, which has been separated from the rest of the Imperium in the Great Rift. On Gilead Primus, there's been a great deal of unrest. Recently, in the past couple of days, a strike team of Veronius agents, led by none other than Inquisitor Yarlan Kendrith III, made a daring mission to find out what had happened in the spire of Tora Armis, which had gone silent for 3 months. That strike team found that the planetary governor had fallen to chaos. They were successful in their mission to find out what had happened and, if necessary, eliminate the governor. While on this mission, however, they discovered that there was more than just your regular old corruption. But there was a Chaos Space Marine of the Death Guard who managed to escape. Final hour.
No.
Bad. A small number of Space Marines, including yourselves, are currently located, ready for rapid deployment, aboard the Fury's Blade. Awaiting action, basically. So, let's give the first text box of the day. Seen from Fury's Blade, the surface of Gilead Primus is a red wasteland, partially obscured by clouds of toxic fog and punctuated by spots of metallic grey. From this height, even the vast spires look small and insignificant. Only the immense floating platform of Brasil is a recognizable landmark. Magnifiers on the observation deck have been trained on Tora Armis for days. The edges of the spire crackled with light a day ago as the Astra Militarum launched their assault. Now, the only sign of fighting is the smoke clouds that pour from the spire. 28 hours after the assault begins, Astra Militarum Command reports that a major demonic infestation has occurred, but they are confident they can contain it. 6 hours later, you are called to a briefing chamber. A flickering hologram of your commanding officer, Captain Mannion, addresses you. One of the Absolvers, Astropaths, is physically present, standing at a tall white lectern, his bowed head and deep hood hiding his blind eye. Brothers, Inquisitor Dikasune has informed me that a team operating under her auspices has found evidence of a traitor Astartes within Tora Armis. Her team are doing all they can to learn the location and identity of this individual. I want you to be ready to deploy the instant coordinates are available. Further, Astropath Macrina reports disturbances in the warp. I have asked him to undertake a scrying prior to your deployment. So, you find yourselves in the briefing chamber, but who do we find in this briefing chamber? You may now introduce yourselves.
Can I ask who our patron is, actually? Is it Takatsune?
You don't have a patron because you are with the Absolvers. Well, if you have a patron, it's the captain who's in charge.
Oh, fair play.
I can't remember his... In fact, it's going to be Captain Mannion, who I think is the most senior Space Marine in the...
yeah, he was like acting captain bloke, wasn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I shall go first then. My character is Khulgu Khan, veteran sergeant Khulgu Khan of the 1st Company of the White Scars chapter. For some reason that is too long to explain, they are trapped in the Gilead system and have joined their force, their mighty strength with the Absolvers chapter. So yeah, he's armed with a thunder hammer, storm shield, and he's known for leaping into the fray and protecting his squad from any dangers.
Really shouting
For the card!
at every opportunity.
But like most White Scars who follow the traditions of the chapter, when he's aboard the ship, he likes to partake in artistry, using ink pens on very rare parchment. He uses that to center himself and hope one day to leave the Gilead system and return to his chapter. But first cleansing it of this disgusting heresy.
Yeah, perfect. Man of many talents.
He points his thunderhammer at brother Chaplain Anthonai.
Yes. Chaplain or Acolyte Acolyte Reclusiarchus Anthonai Zephix is one of the more junior chaplains of the small Reclusiam that's part of the Absolvers deployment in Gilead. There are not many chaplains in that kind of level. There are lower level one, like squad level chaplains, but like members of the actual Reclusiam that are leading that section of the chapter. It's quite a small group, but he's one of the junior ones. He is there. I just really haven't had much time to do. He's somebody like most chaplains in battle. He tends to be all about the rage and close-up fury. He is armed with a melter gun and the icon of a chaplain's office, the thing. I've forgotten. The Crozius Arcanum, big decorative mace. If you don't know, powered mace, with the head shaped like the Imperial Aquila with spikes on, and in bearing, he is quite quiet for now. He's not. He's just quite restrained. You haven't heard him speak yet. But yeah, lots of skulls on him.
Yeah, I'd also like to say as well with Khulgu, you may also hear his raucous laughter because he does enjoy a good bit of sporting in the fight cages, and he's teaching the Absolvers to have a bit of fun and joy in their sort of solitudinal training.
Insofar as that's the case, I imagine that there's some love lost, perhaps, between Zephix and the White Scar aboard. The Reclusiam are not known for their happiness with the idea of taking joy in fighting. It's more about devotion to the Emperor and following the proper rituals.
Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of like.
But he's probably also scared of the big hammer, so.
There's probably a lot of like, Zephix, get in the cage and show us what you're made of.
Yes.
You're like, no.
As you do, White Scar, I have duties to attend to. Evening prayer is in but 20 minutes.
And you must shine all of your skulls in time, I understand.
Very droll.
And
As long as
next,
your men are there on time, I won't take it further.
And standing resolutely next to Anthonai, there is a librarian. Librarian with no sound.
That's
So
kind.
he was eating his pasta and
Speaking into the
on over
wall.
the microphone. Yes, Librarian Roquefort Zoroastfried, a very talented and adept psyker in the Adeptus Astartes. He was identified, his psychic powers were identified unusually early. He's been under a grueling, almost lifelong destructions and courses and being pressured into this world. So he's kind of come away feeling himself as almost godlike in his abilities. He's very quietly confident, but maybe a bit superior. And yes, but actually puts all of his faith in his books and his learnings. But is afraid to whip out his dual force swords to also dispatch a bit of warfare and destruction. But will generally rely on his psycho abilities to power up and destroy his foes. But I think he's in for a bit of a shock in the real world. He's definitely someone who's kind of been sheltered in his all-powerful abilities. Probably one of his
more of a philosophical student of the
yes,
warp.
done many training exercises back in the home base, but yeah, out of the field as much. So maybe a little overly confident, but powerful with many psychic abilities. Which should be quite fun. He's got some telekinetic power. He can float around and crush things and throw things around. So he's he thinks himself a little bit godlike. He's in for a bit of a fall when he lands.
I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunity for that.
Indeed.
And then within this briefing chamber, there is something of an outsider lurking, presumably in the shadows.
Yeah. Just a cloaked figure, dark purple void pit where his eyes should be. The mechadendrite poking behind the cloak, a princeps limb, flexing a mono knife. Davruse just stands tall. Well, not tall, he's actually a midget compared to the surrounding Space Marines. He's 6 foot.
Easily.
He's a lethal assassin working for the cult of Mars and since changed employ, working for the Rogue Trader. That cannon system.
Yes, can be.
And he's renowned as Killer Prime, working in his trade, all but slain apart from him. Now he does work with the Rogue Trader as his private assassin. Yeah.
Fucking sick. That's really cool.
Mastercrafted galvanic rifle with a silencer and a gene grip, so only he can use. And he uses optical mechadendrite as a scope for it. So when he goes to aim, mechadendrite lines it up. A quiet fella. Just gonna be stood in the corner contemplating mission and maintaining his rifle.
Well, there you stand, a slightly unusual strike team assembled, but the trouble on Gilead Primus is such that resources are stretched very thin indeed. I'd say you are the best that could be scrounged up. This is a pretty powerful group, but all that could be spared for one of many threats. So following your initial briefing by Captain Menon, he gestures to Astropath Macrina. And the Astropath pushes back his hood and begins laying out cards of the Emperor's Tarot, placing them face down and then slowly turning them one by one. There is a pause as his mind reaches out into the Empyrean. Then he speaks in a whisper. I see angels falling forever toward a rotten city. I see a warrior bearing gifts for his lord. He has brought a great harvest. What he seeks was never there. I see a prisoner, starving and weak. I see 12 cold guardians, their bones as white as their armor. Blood drips from Macrina's ear and nose. His hand spasms and knocks the unused cards to the floor. What do the agents do? Time. How do they react?
Zephix thumbs the activation stud on his Crozius Arcanum and takes one step towards the astropath in readiness.
Rock forward. I am suspiciously not enlightened by this kind of wishy-washy, namby-pamby projecting. It's not very bookly, so he doesn't. Maybe gives a wry chuckle at his fate.
I think Khulgu is suddenly all serious after being his normal gregarious self, because as a White Scar they know they respect the warp and the Stormseer's power, so they know that the warp can be as powerful as a weapon as a threat.
So does anyone interrupt the astropath from his trance, or do you allow him to continue scrying, continue delivering his message?
I think I suppose with my abilities I could technically, if he's calling on the warp, could I potentially actually like deny his abilities, or is that something done out of combat?
It's a very sort of different manifestation of reading the warp.
Okay. No worries.
But you know, as a psychically potent and attuned librarian, you can certainly sense that there is a real darkness to what is flowing in. You could probably guess this somewhat by the prophecy itself, but you more than anyone can certainly feel that this is bad juju.
Bad juju indeed.
Let him finish his bribe. We need to know more about this. If he suffers, he suffers.
I think.
Welcome back to the Grimdark game, everybody.
No doom here.
Having seen that Astartes recently, I definitely thought one of the Marines was just going to take his head and squish it instantly.
Yeah, I was thinking that seems like something we would do, but also I think Khulgu would defer to the Librarian and see if he can contain it if things go bad. He assumes that he probably can.
Oh yes, so if anything bad happens, I can certainly. Don't you worry. Let him tell his preaching speech.
Yeah.
Taking no heed of Anthonai's intimidating presence, deep in the trance, so that he is. He continues. I see a garden, rich in bounty and full of life. Behind it lies a mountain. There is a pathway to the mountain that must not be walked. I see a grin that splits the sky. I hear laughter. I am hungry, so very hungry. There is joyous laughter. The spire city is gone. Only laughter remains. And the blood dripping from Macrina's eyes and nose turns black. Boils erupt through his skin. His body bloats and rots rapidly, and then he screams, clutching his head. In seconds, the bleeding swells from a trickle to a tide, and Macrina collapses, dead.
This seems fine.
Yeah, I think at that point, Khulgu would step forward and just stamp on whatever it is left with the big Terminator boot.
Right. Would all the agents present in this room now like to make a DN4 corruption test for me, please?
Nice,
Oh.
Mikey.
What?
Didn't protect me from such, did ya?
I don't have any protect. I asked if I could, do some shenanigans. I didn't have much to do.
You did correctly feel that there was bad juju.
Oh yes, I did.
How do you make that check?
So you need to make a conviction test.
Let's see if this works.
Do the character sheet. Which tab is that? Combat.
That'll be on attributes. It's on the right hand side of the mental social traits.
Got
Conviction, eh?
Did that come up all right? Ooh, a 66. One icon rolled.
Right, so Davruse, you take 2 points of corruption. Roquefort, really not feeling it. Really not mentally prepared for this. It seems that your arrogance has not treated you well. You take 3 points of corruption.
Oh.
And there you are, Anthonai, sorry. Anthony. More prepared, but still disturbed by this. You take 1 point of corruption.
Where's conviction again?
I'm seeing it on right hand attributes, right hand side of you.
Gotcha.
And the window.
Gotcha.
Correct, right below it. Very convenient.
Yeah.
Oh God, Khulgu.
I think the stomp helped.
Yeah.
Khulgu, is that? So you. In fact, yes, I haven't counted the sixes here, have I? Previously, but you are unaffected.
Brilliant. So I have the most
at least.
highest conviction, but rolled the absolute worst. There we go. And as is our first test, as a reminder, then, so was there a DM we had to pass, and it was based on
So corruption tests are a little different. So the DN was for DN. Remember, works a little differently in this. You need to, if the DN is 4, you need a total of 4 successes to pass the test.
Yep.
Now, corruption tests, you roll, and however many you fail the test by is how many corruption points
right, the
you
DN.
take.
Yes. Right, that makes sense. Cool. Wonderful. All makes sense.
How do the agents react to this happening? Khulgu, we are aware, has made double sure that Akrina is dead.
Well, Roquefort is obviously a little abashed and sheepish. Didn't expect this quickly to be put in his place, but very quickly he's realizing the limitations of his book learning, as he very, very grossly misread the situation and suffered for it. So he has retreated to a corner to read. He flicked him a little book just to reassure himself. A little bit of reading. Come on, I can find the answer in here.
Zephix immediately starts reciting a rite of purification from some holy book or other, and summons forth one of the deck servitors to incinerate the remains immediately.
Yes,
Whether there are deck servitors, I don't know, but he summons nevertheless.
Yeah, moments later, because there is always something like this on hand for an astropath in such a dangerous system. A servitor emerges and incinerates the remains as per your request. So, following this, the intelligence makes its way back to the Fury's Blade, and you have a location. Preparations are made as swiftly as possible. The astropath's gruesome demise certainly indicated that this mission is of the utmost importance, and the remaining astropaths aboard the ship help interpret the message, of which seems fairly clear to those learned psychers that, but you know there's a presence of Nurgle on this planet already.
I was going to say
something terrible is going to occur.
I was going to say, is there some kind of scholar or psychic mastery test I could take to try and infer more from the?
You can certainly take a I think either of those.
Gotta get a Psychic Mastery to be honest. I've got
We'll make it a DN3.
Lovely. Where are you, Psychic Mastery? There you are. Roll. Here we go. Ooh, nice. There we go. 3.
Oh yeah, so that's a pretty easy test. We can now show our first shifting mechanic. By the way, you only required 3 successes to pass the test. You have in fact got 5 successes because of your 2 exalted icons. You may shift one of those exalted icons to do one of several things. You can improve the quality of the results I give you, or the speed, or something else. Or you may bank yourself a point of wrath, I think.
Wrath. Lovely. I'll take the wrath, please, Alan. We said it was glory, but
sorry, it's point of glory. Point of glory.
Yes.
One of you must be nominated to be the glory tracker, for I have too much to track. And care not for your glory.
Great. So as a reminder, we all have individually 2 wrath to start, but the glory was
points of wrath. And a shared pool starting at 0 glory.
So we have 1 glory between us and 2 wrath each. Cool. Got it. Lovely.
Glory at the moment.
Now we have
for your test. You will have spent much time with astropaths and in your studies. There are some very clear messages to you in what the astropath said. Many, there's a lot of sort of insane chaos rambling in there. But you can, reading between the lines of this prophecy, or like the arrow reading, you believe that you are the angels falling towards the rotten city. And that there is some evil force trapped where you are going.
I'm pretty clear it's nervily related.
And you just get this this feeling from the prophecy that the barrier between the veil of the warp is thinning on Tora Armis, and that could be incredibly perilous for everyone. So, preparations are made. Preparations are made, and you are in the boarding deck, whatever it's called, that place, where a Thunderhawk gunship awaits you. Text box. Proditorum interferse, invicta Astartes. The words of the traditional Absolvers' exhortation sound in your ears and are followed by the clank of the ship's anchor points disengaging. Your harness clamps tightly onto your armor. A moment later, rockets fire and you feel the pressure increase as your Thunderhawk gunship, precious resource in the Gilead system, accelerates. Not sure why that was in there. On the door before you, a chronograph reports the time until planet strike. 48 seconds. 47 seconds.
Ooh.
Temperature begins to rise as the Thunderhawk hits the lower atmosphere. The only sound is that of the thin air rushing past outside. 34 seconds. Rushing gets louder. Your helmet displays report that the Fury's blade has fired orbital lasers, punching a hole through the top levels of the spire. You'll exit the ship and enter the spire there. 22 seconds. A tendril of black nothingness flickers briefly inside the ship, then vanishes. 16 seconds. Components whine as several of the ship's systems shut down and restart. Silence. 12 seconds. Silence. 12 seconds. Silence. 12 seconds.
Oh no.
Hideous shapes dragged themselves through the walls of the ship as though it were soft rubber. They clutch long blades of nothingness in their scrawny arms. Each has a single eye which is fixed on you.
Me?
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Do not stand in the same zone as them, brothers.
Right, so just need to put your icons on here because they weren't made before. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Right. What do we got? A chaplain. We've got. Am I on background mode? No, on token mode. That's good.
Finally.
Nice guy. Stand by. Go. Bit of that. Bit of that. Bit of that.
I liked your astropath melting voice, by the way, Milo. That was good.
Thank you. I knew that was going to be one of the most fun things to read in the adventure. Okie dokie. Are you ready? Are we gonna? Oh, we're not gonna use the cyberpunk music. I think we're safe.
I mean, my shorts are suitably spoiled, so for that intro.
Oh dear, yes.
Oh, damn.
Oh yeah, and there's no initiative in this, is there? We just decide.
Correct. It alternates between players and enemies. So you're on your Thunderhawk. Here is some additional information you will need. All of you are strapped into your seats for the drop. You each count as hindered until you release your harness, which is a free action. If anyone decides not to release their harness, I'll look up what hindered means.
Does it count as extra armor if we don't? Like if they're very heavy seat belts?
They're very
I
heavy
think
seat belts,
it's
but
more like
not heavy enough to stop a plague sword.
I'm thinking like, you know, you go to a roller coaster ride, those things they put over your shoulders, those could take a hit.
So, your Thunderhawk is under invasion as it is lashed by the warp storms beginning to engulf the planet. Agents, it is your turn to act.
Well,
You may choose who goes first.
I think
A reminder
Khulgu
that you may,
probably to be
you
the
may
most
spend points of
aggressive.
glory. Sorry?
I was suggesting that Khulgu Khan was likely to be the most aggressive, immediate killer of things.
yeah.
Maybe.
I know the Furious Charge talent as well, but yeah. Right, let me just see. I think I triple my speed when I charge as well for lightning assaults, white scars. So Khulgu uses a free action to lift off the harness, unmaglocks his Thunderhammer, takes a step forward, and swings into this disgusting plague bearer.
Yeah. Alright,
To be brothers, repel these invaders.
the target's defense is 4.
Yeah. So I need to roll. So all my icons I need to get, right?
You need 4 icons to score a hit. As the plague bearer attempts to parry your strike.
Well, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11, you... Very good. Well, that's certainly a hit. What are you doing with your extra icons?
So I needed 4, so I can use my 3 icons, right? I'll bank 1 for glory, and I'll put 2 into ED.
Alright.
So I get 6 ED, which puts it up to 8. Not very good. So that's just the 3 extra damage. So that's 19 damage at AP 3.
Oh, 19 damage. That's the way to start. Okay, so...
Wait, hang on. I think it's brutal as well, so I should be counting the
And it's more, yeah.
the 3s, but that might will kill it.
Well, there's no 3s in your roll, but your 5 will
Oh.
count as 2. So that is going to be another extra point of damage there.
Oh yeah,
So 20 damage, is it?
AP 3.
So your Thunderhammer smashes into the Plague Bearer, whose pathetic attempt to parry your strike is thundered aside. Resilience 9, so it'll be 11 damage total. And then, as you know, they are disgustingly resilient.
Oh, yes.
Sure
so,
are.
Remember, these guys don't go down easy.
Quite annoying, aren't they? Right, so 1, 2, 3 of those points are ignored. Dealing 8 damage after all is said and done. A thunderous strike, a surprising amount of the force, however, is just ripples along the disgusting body.
Yeah, I mean, it was a quick attack. I should have done the charge while I've got more dice, but he didn't have enough space to charge. But I think then he maybe it's like a space making swing, bashes it back and then gets the storm shield in front.
Right. Well, the plague bearer attempts to strike you back with what's left of its plague sword.
No.
What's your defense?
My defense is 6.
19.
Heck. Well, just about fails to hit you. That is close, though. I think it's 5 with the extra dice. So, play a turn.
So I have a thing that's as a reflexive action. After an enemy attack targets me with a melee attack, I can do a single attack back.
Fire away then.
I believe that the reflexive action is once per round as well. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just a 5 icons there.
5 icons.
Is that a hit?
Certainly is.
Nice. Okay. Damage. Oh, that's good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is 22 damage.
Oh, the plague bearer explodes in a shower of sludge.
Nice.
Regretting it. Play a turn.
Yes, the Librarian Roquefort will leap into the fray using his telekinesis. He doesn't even use his hands. The straps fly off him. And I will move this far. Now, I've got an ability that damages creatures. I assume it says creatures, that's going to apply to everybody. I've got
Yes.
There we go, good one. I thought that one through. Well, I'm going to come here. Wait a minute, is that going to be... phew! Okay, that's nice. Okay, yes. And I'm going to march this way. If it will let me select me. Nope. Do we have control over our stars yet? I don't.
You should, but if you don't, take a look at that.
I currently don't have control over my thing, so just...
You should be able to, but...
That's all right, I've got select
I'll
move.
try refreshing.
Oh, good shout.
Currently set up so that technically all players have access, because I was just at that. It's easier.
Unless I'm being an active one, I've got the arrow, select move, selected. I can't move him.
No good. Still
Really?
not.
But Olly could move his, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I can't move.
Ah!
Yeah. Did you do anything fancy your side, Olly?
No, I mean you might have to. I don't know if you have to put it into the token as well. Token settings.
The tokens are connected to the character sheets already, and the character sheets are all
Okay.
available to be edited by whoever needs to be. Check if there's anything different on what I set up. Well, for the moment, I shall move you.
Lovely. Well, I'm moving to here, I think. It's
All
about
right.
my
Well,
full
you do
move.
stuff, I'll click on things.
Good. Because, well, one step up. I'm going to move some not. Actually, that's fine. I'm actually 1 square lower, but it's fine. I'm attempting to use the psychic power shockwave on these 3. Well, everything within 5 meters from this range should be 1 square lower. Shouldn't hit any of the party, just about, which is nice. Yes, bear with me, it's my first time using psychic power. It's all looking very exciting. Can I ask Ollie one question, because I decided to understand the potency of a psychic power? You choose that before you do it? Amplify it, or?
I think as a trained psyker, you can't enhance it, I think.
You can't enhance it.
Is that right, Milo? I think you have to be...
I think you can choose to cast at a higher level, but the risk of perils of the warp and severity increases significantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, is this what I was talking about? Power levels? Is that what that's about, or is that something different?
Yes.
I think there's some feedback.
Yeah, I'm getting a bit of weird sound.
Is that just
That
for
was
me,
probably from me. My computer just, like... I don't know what happened. It was like the shadow of the warp passed over me. All my screens went black, and all of my sound went flickery, but didn't go away. It was like nearly a computer crash, but not quite, and now everything seems to be okay. So, if I sprout tentacles, soz.
That's interesting.
Can you guys speak your tokens now?
Let's have a look.
No.
Maybe just try quickly reconnecting.
Milo, on the
Because
screen,
your settings are the same as Ollie's and lined up to you, so they should work.
on the main splash screen you had before, I could there, I think. It showed the health and other stats on the
Yes,
actual
I
icon.
could-
You know what?
I
I'll
could
delete
select
these,
no.
I'll copy them over, and hopefully it'll all work.
Well, you know what, let's just keep it nice and simple
Yeah.
then. I'll just roll normally for now. But I'll try and figure out this whole potency, because again, when the language is different, it's so frustrating, because there's potency it talks about in the skill, but then it's power levels when you're looking about psychic powers, and it's very confusing. But it's fine. I'm going to roll Shockwave. It's DN7. Seems high now I think about it, but hey, here we go.
Things have arrived. The warp has done things.
Brilliant. I
Yeah, now it
stand.
works.
I step on them.
Over there somewhere.
Oh, am I now an avatar?
Why are you all big again?
We're all avatars.
I'm gonna-
out.
Are you all
I'm,
embiggening yourselves on purpose?
I'm an attack on Titans. Titan.
I'm sorry, it just happens when I see plate bearers.
True.
Right,
Right.
cast your wizard spell.
Here we go. Here we go. Psychic Mastery. I'm going to roll Psychic Mastery, I assume, for any psychic test.
Yep.
That makes sense to me. Here we go. Roll. I want that to come out as. Ooh. Ooh,
Oh,
no, that was. Oh, 7. Holy moly. Well, that's quite hard to. Oh, I guess because it's 6 and 5s are 2, or just 6 is 2.
Oh.
6s count as 2. No, they just count as. Yeah, it's 2
You count as
successes.
2 successes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Your,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So why is that not more success?
It doesn't. It doesn't add them up for you. It's just a bit.
Okay.
It's a bit crap. So
That's quite successful then.
yeah. If you just take the total number of icons rolled, and then for each 6 add an additional 1. That
Yeah,
will.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So
you're-
it's 9. So that's it. Then so I can say
So you're
I need
11
a 7.
successes.
Oh yeah, with those 5s as well. Ooh, bobber. That's not bad. Huh? So I can take 2 6s and whatchamacall them? Flip them, spin them.
You can only
Well,
bank 1 glory per thing.
That's
So you
it.
can bank a glory, and I don't think there's anything else you can do with your extra
I
6s.
don't think so. Not in
on
a
a spell.
cycling. No, lovely. Well, that's doesn't it
I
add?
don't know.
Can't you add extra ED? Doesn't say you can. You can't just add
You
extra
can
ED
to weapons.
to weapons,
but,
not to spells.
I don't know about spells.
Spells will say on their description what you can
Cool. It
bank
does.
wrath to do.
It doesn't really say that instant range rolls tell you.
Different
no,
spells have
lost.
different abilities.
That's fine. Well, anyway, let's just carry on. That's good. Right, all creatures within range take 12 plus 1 ED damage. Let me roll the extra damage on that.
All creatures, eh?
Yes, they're not creatures.
Yes, but we are as well.
No, that's why. Look, guys, that's why I moved down here. 5 meters. Come on. What do you think I am?
Okay.
Some kind of. Look at this.
Oh.
Look how perfect this is. 5 meters. Look at that. Look at that. It's like I've played it before. Right, so 15 damage from the blast. These 3 Nurgle monsters.
Is that going to damage our vehicle we're in?
It's a shock. It's all psychic power. Nah.
So, in the close confines of the passenger hold, any blast or fire weapons will hit every combatant, and
It says 5 meters.
it feels like this is a blast.
It's a wave, if that helps.
Yeah, wave.
It's a kinetic wave.
If it's a kinetic
literally-
shockwave, then absolutely this is going to affect everyone inside.
Well, how was I supposed to know that?
Oh, come on, just do it. Just do it. He's done it now.
It's
Make it
done.
happen.
Keep going.
It's happened.
It's all right. You guys are hard as nails.
There you go.
Right. So how much damage is dealt?
I'm not
just-
fragile.
Just 1 damage, actually, I think it was. I think it was just 1 damage.
One.
No, it wasn't. It was 15. It's ridiculous. It says 5 meters.
I know. You've been debated by the game, I'm afraid.
Thunderwave.
Right. So I'm going to roll the damage for all the plague bearers. And then you guys are going to have to see how you handle that.
I
as
thought
well.
I was being so crafty, moving down to the exact right position.
First one. Hang on.
I like how me and Alex are just
Hold
watching
on.
this go on. We're just sat in our seats
One.
watching.
Right.
I'm about to be dead. I'm not even stood up yet.
4, 9. So actually, these guys are only going to take a little bit of damage because
Alright.
well.
How much damage to the bus? 15 damage.
15. Then
It was
take your
15.
resilience away, and then choose if you would like to roll determination to convert damage into shock.
Now, you know I like to always know why this has happened. I don't understand if it's psychic ability, why it would affect everyone in the ship.
It's being conjured out of the warp, but you
Uh-huh.
are conjuring a physical shockwave inside the confines of a ship. So it's not some
Hmm.
ethereal force, it is a blast wave. And that is why I'm interpreting it the same way as a blast weapon.
Yeah.
So let's just not put ranges on things then, I suppose. Let's just say fucks everyone, maybe.
Next time you want to drop a grenade inside a ship,
It's a
be my
shockwave!
guest.
It's a shockwave, not a grenade.
It's a shockwave,
It's
guys. It's just the raw
It's-
power of the warp.
yeah, it's no
And in
biggie. I'm
reality-
just conjuring a blast wave.
That's 5 meters in diameter.
I think
Yeah.
we should move past this.
We are moving
Well,
past it.
well, they aren't because there's more. Everyone needs to take a DN5 agility test or be thrown to the ground.
I don't because I'm strapped into a chair.
Nice.
Back to using tornadoes.
Well, no, because those also are problematic too. So you know.
Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah,
Plague
volcanoes.
bearers have all taken some damage. Players, roll your determination tests if you're going to. Otherwise, suffer the effects of 15 damage.
Well, I have 15 resilience, so
You don't give a fuck.
Wait.
it's completely absorbed by my Crux Terminatus.
I knew it would be. I had a
Generally
feeling.
speaking, I think you guys will mostly be okay. It's just Davruse that might take a little.
What was the determination test to achieve to stop from falling over?
They reduced.
No.
Oh, sorry.
When you take damage, you reduce the number by your resilience, and that is the
Yeah.
amount of damage that you would take. If you wish to absorb some of that damage as shock instead of wounds, roll determination.
Then I will
Oh.
definitely do that.
For each success, you gain a point of shock, but ignore a point of damage.
Chaplain, when you're seeing these these pop up in the chat, what actually tells you if it's succeeded or not?
The number of icons you've rolled.
The number of
Against the
icons,
DM.
yeah, is so
What
if
tells
the,
how many you need?
so in this case, for every icon you roll that is a 4-up, which is a success,
Which is 3 for you.
you get to ignore that many points.
There's only 12 damage you have to worry about.
Okay.
So then take your
So,
resilience off of that 12.
What's your resilience?
10.
10. So the 15 becomes 5, and then you ignore 3 of those. So you gain 3 points of shock and and you take 2 points of damage.
Barely a scratch.
My shock's currently 7. I'd put that down to 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've probably done it the wrong way round, but
I was going to say, Christ, how you already got 7 shock?
yeah, we can have it as a bar that goes down, so it's a bit more consistent with health.
Yeah.
It's fine. Either way, it's a tracker, isn't
Right, is that everyone? Oh wait, of course, Mikey, you will be affected by this as well.
it? Look, come on. What do you mean?
All creatures, Mikey.
Are you a combatant
All.
in the confines of the hold?
So if this was done in a big field, this wouldn't affect me.
That's
Yes.
yeah, exactly.
I guess
Correct.
you're shaking the whole ship, I guess.
I don't get it, but it's fine. Cool. Let's
Would
go.
you set off a
No,
grenade?
no,
I
Mikey.
don't
I
understand
think
how
you
you don't get it.
absolutely 100% get it. You just don't like it.
No, honestly, I have no idea why it's happening. It's a blast of energy. I can see it like moving stuff around, but I don't get it. But it doesn't matter because it's
All of the
good
blast
fun.
force is reverberating off the walls inside a confined space. It's dangerous.
Well, it should say that. in the
Things are
rules.
flying everywhere. Concussive force ripped from the warp, bouncing around.
Sure. Well, it should say on the label. It should say, "Do not use in confined spaces." I'm writing to what's the standards agency in this place?
You be my guest.
I will. Who
And
deals
while
with
you do that, I'm going to activate another plague bearer so that we can
No,
get.
everyone has to roll 5 agility tests as well.
Yeah.
I did agility, I got a 2 icons, so what happens? I fall over.
You are knocked to the ground.
Okay, so I get smacked to the side of the wall.
You're prone now.
Where's agility?
It should be on the
attribute.
attributes, yeah.
Did you successfully harm any of the demons in this?
They were all harmed, at least a little bit.
They get tickled.
Sounds worth it.
Right, 4. So I roll the determination test.
I think they all fix you a stare, Mikey, and they all say together, "What's up, Danger?"
Right, so I am the danger.
Look, the good news is all of the plague bearers were not prone.
That is
Sweet.
good.
So
Oh,
Like,
so
you are the one who knocks.
yeah,
The
absolutely.
ship,
The
especially.
ship to shit. Where the fuck is
Yeah.
determination?
if this
Why can't I
ship's a rocking.
For some reason, determination is always the thing I lose in this.
Yeah,
on this
right.
Every single time,
Anyone?
even though you have to check
Oh,
it
there
all
it
the
is.
time.
And
It's
how
like
do I-
passive awareness in Soulbound.
Yes.
It's the same place, and you check it at least once or twice a session.
Yeah,
and I
it
lose
moves.
every time.
It moves. Oh Christ. Okay, I can move 2. So it's 2 damage, 2 shock, 2 damage. Lovely.
Yeah,
Cool.
Make sure it's on loop.
Yeah, it's always annoying first time playing. And so we know prone means your defense is reduced by 2 from attacks adjacent to you, but increased by 1 if you're 6 meters away.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Like it.
What was that again, Ollie?
When you're knocked prone, your defense is reduced by 2.
Did you take a DN5 agility test?
Yeah.
And what did you roll?
1 5.
Then no.
You got a 4 and a 5. So you got 2 successes, but you didn't beat the difficulty of
That's
5.
quite high, isn't it? DN5. I don't need that. I'm prone too.
That is quite high. Yeah.
It is quite high.
Right. This
Successful
plague
round.
bearer over here stands up, moves towards the Reclusiarch, or not Reclusiarch, or whatever.
Acolyte Reclusiarchus,
Wait.
as in
it,
baby
down.
Reclusiarch.
Since me and Alex are like in our seats already, can we actually knock down?
You know, I am going to say anyone who's still restrained in their harness is not knocked down.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Exactly
I
what
think
harness
that
is
seems
for.
fair to me.
Yeah, right.
Good call.
Would be a bad.
Shitty harnesses these, aren't they? So this plague bearer gets up. He takes a swing at Tony.
Not Tony.
What's your defense, Tony?
You know what? I'm not even mad. Tony is a
Tony.
perfectly acceptable silly name for this campaign.
Tony.
My defense is 4.
All right. So this plague bearer has rolled well this time. It's 8 successes. So we are going to shift those extra 2 EDs. We're going to have 4 ED. So just the 2 extra there. So that's 13 damage.
That's an awful lot of damage, but my resilience is 11, so I will try and roll determination on the remaining 2. Okay, so yeah, I can take the remaining 2 as shot.
Okay. Good. Good for you. Player turn.
Can I smack him back, please?
Certainly can.
Yeah.
As long as you take the free action to remove your harness.
Zephix does indeed take the free action to remove his quick release Terra Captain X3490 safety harness Mark 6, and leaps up, igniting his Crozius Arcanum, and swings it at the old demon there. So we go for a weapon skill attack, which is 10 dice.
Good amount of dice.
Good amount of dice.
But
I need to sort out my character sheet so I don't have to do this manually each time. Boom. Okay. We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 successes.
It's a hit, and you have a shift.
Sick. I'll shift that for damage, given that there's only one of them. So you get 1 more ED for that shift, correct?
Yep.
Great. What does brutal do? Remind me. Oh, it's right in front of me. When rolling damage dice, add 1 to the result of each extra damage die.
It means
Great.
you get extra damage on a 3 and 2 damage on a 5.
Splendid.
I love that.
So we did 13 damage plus 4 ED plus my extra one. So 5 EDs to roll here. And we're looking for 3s and 5s. So, okay.
Nice.
So we get 1, 2, 3, 4 extra damage. So total 17 damage at AP minus 2.
Right, so... Ooh, quite resilient little bastards these are. The hit connects. But once again, you are surprised that it is not slain instantly by your furious power. He's acted. This one acted. This one's going to go over here and take a swing at the Librarian.
I do.
Well, I think you know what you did. What's your defense?
Ew, that's a good question. I think it's quite low. I think it's 4. I think. Give me 1 second to confirm.
All right.
Yeah. The fuck are these fucking shades? Defense 4. Yes.
All
That's a
right.
hit.
It's a hit with a shift. Ooh, that's a nasty roll from the Plague Bearer. That takes the damage actually up to 15.
Oh, that's 15. Oh, that's familiar. That's fine. I
It's a familiar number, yes.
That's the number to beat today. Yep, that's fine. It is 11, so I'll take a determination test to try and shift some of that bad by the shock. Would you believe it? I can't find resilience. No, defiance. Fuck you. There, determination 5. Here we go. Ooh. 2 is the same again. 2 shot, 2 wounds. Fine. Oof. Oofa boofa.
So you do take a bit of a hit there.
Yeah.
Rusty.
All good. All good.
Okay, next player turn. That time we saw Dave, innit?
Dave. Yeah, go on, Dave. Alright. Dave is going to release
Oh,
himself from his harness. And just a quick question. Can I use my rifle in melee?
No.
No. Okay. In that case,
You can use pistols, yeah.
rifle holstered, he's going to bring his cord claw.
Yes.
Which I imagine is just like a really knifey hand, right? Like Edward Scissorhands kind of
yes.
deal.
Yeah.
More or less.
Very much so.
Good summary.
They use it for like climbing and stuff, don't they, as well? And
but like the transonic weapons, it like buzzes at such a frequency that it like cuts through things like a power weapon, but because it's emitting a funny sound, basically.
Yeah, like the vibro blades in Star Wars.
It says it replaces my hand. Does it still function as a hand? Can I still use it to like use my weapon?
I'm going to say that you have been modified such that you are.
yeah.
I took the Princeps Limerick just in case.
I mean, quite annoying, like, and pull a shriek, like.
Yeah, but then I've got my little like other arm to like hold it.
It just gets into battle and there's just bits of rifle everywhere.
The Mastercraft. Right. Attack.
Oh, did we finally get a Wrath critical? Wait, no, that was a damage roll. You rolled your damage roll. Roll a hit roll instead.
The one that says like it's ATK. Yeah.
Well, it is a hit. What is that? 6 successes, so you can shift.
The options for shifting.
+1 extra damage or bank a point of glory for the team.
And I'm guaranteed to hit, right?
You have hit, yes.
Yeah, just all damage.
All right, so 1 extra ED dice, and you roll your damage now.
Okay.
Which to be fair, we could just take your damage roll that you've already done. Just roll an extra dice.
So 1 extra ED.
Yeah.
Would I put that on the? Would I put 1 in the bonus dice for damage roll?
I think that's probably the easiest way to do it. Yeah.
And then just roll it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever works.
And put it back to 0 for next time.
All right, so it's only 1 extra damage there. For a total damage of? Question mark?
It's base TR of 5.
Plus your strength. That
Oh,
should be calculated.
the rating is 12.
Rating is 12. Have a quick look at your.
Yeah. A lot of different bits here.
On Doctors of Doom, Lawrie, it'll probably say in the damage it adds your strength for you. So
Yeah.
Got
Is
a
your
5
strength
and an
no-
asterisk, plus
Is your
3
strength only
ED.
2?
Yeah.
That's going to be unhelpful.
Well, he's not meant to be melee. That's just meant to be. He's a sniper.
yeah, I had the same issue with my character last time.
So your DR before the ED is only 7. That's 5 for the base weapon and 2 for the strength, unless there's anything special that it does.
AP.
Well, it's got rending 6 and
Rending
agonizing.
6. I can't remember what agonizing does, but I am. So you only rolled 1 extra damage. The plague bearers unfortunately have no armor to cut through, so your cord claw just chops into the fleshy meat, and the plague bearer does not seem perturbed.
I think agonizing is. I remember I had it on my old gun.
Every wound inflicted by an agonizing weapon also inflicts shock.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, good for the plague bearers. They don't suffer shock. But you know. Right, that plague bearer is going to hit you back. Rolls really poorly. What's your defense?
3.
3 is unfortunately enough, though, to hit you. No bonus ED for the plague bearer.
It's that type of position I don't want to be in.
Doesn't roll any extra icons, so that's just a flat 11 damage for you.
So, my resilient being 10.
So you would suffer 1 point of damage, but you can now roll determination on that 1 point.
I want you to take it as a shock.
If you want to.
Yeah.
Which is almost always desirable until your shock is full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so you take another point of shock, but no damage. Have I still... Oh.
The shock's more or less like a
Bloody
shield.
plague bearers. Right, this plague bearer, yeah, it's pretty much like toughness in Soulbound.
Oh, okay.
This plague bearer runs up and tries to bop the Terminator. Because you've all acted now, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't score enough to hit. And this one also runs in to bop the Terminator because it doesn't like you. Yeah. This one also is unable to hit you because of that big annoying shield.
Send them all mid.
Defense 6 is fucking bananas.
Send them all mid, mate.
Right, end of round 1. Begin round 2 of combat.
I use Shockwave.
Players, select who goes
Oh,
first.
actually, Milo, I'm prone. So my
Ah.
defense is reduced by 2.
1, 2.
That is correct. Thank you for your honesty.
I don't think he's not prone, but he's like smashed against the side of the wall.
Yeah, I mean, sitting comfortably.
Yeah.
Maybe he like stumbled back into the seat.
Yeah. I don't think Terminators can get back up if they fall over.
So they do successfully get an extra 2 ED, making for 13 damage, something I still think you care naught for.
Yeah.
Right, as you were.
I'm holding the storm shield in front of me.
It's like a cat always lands on his feet, a Terminator always lands with his storm shield up.
Correct. It's like Gimli when he's underneath the warg.
Yeah, perfect. Initiative players.
I might do a multi-attack.
Wow.
Do it.
If I can just get the reference table up.
Quick question.
DN for every additional action you're making.
Quick question. You can do a multi-attack on one target, right? What?
Pardon?
Can you do a multi-attack on one target?
I don't think so.
No.
Interesting.
But dual wielding, I think, allows you to attack 2 targets.
Yeah, I'm just I was wondering if you could double up on. There's no advantage for attacking.
I'm gonna have to skim those rules in between turns.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Roll damage once and apply to. Okay, so I need to just do 1 roll, and then I do another roll with +2 DN. So let's see. Well, that's a lot of 6s.
Yowza.
What's the defense, Milo? 4?
Yes, sorry, defense is 4. Ooh, have you rolled a combat complication in addition to all those successes you did?
Here
How
we go.
Exciting.
We'll
resolve that afterwards. Fucking hell, Olly.
Oh yeah, wrath die result. Yeah.
6.
So you've done 1 bajillion successes. You can use all of those shifts if you like.
Well, I'm gonna shift 1 using my ability called Lead by Example, and I'm gonna shift 1 to. Oh wait, it says all Adeptus Astartes allies recover 3 shock. Sorry, Davruse. You do not find me very inspiring, it seems. So I'll shift those. I'll shift those off for damage then. So I think I need to keep 2 to actually hit. So 1, 2, 3 extra ED. D, BD, yeah. Damage.
Oh, that's going to be crunchy, isn't it?
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 extra damage.
12 ED.
On top of 16. So it's 28 damage. Nearly getting to your bolt gun level.
Those were the days. Right.
At AP3.
I don't think that they might. Hang on, I'm going to have to roll.
That's. I need to roll to hit again, but I keep the same damage.
Oh, I see. So you've only done 1 hit so far.
Yeah.
Okay. 1.
Ignore that.
4.
Sorry.
No, this one over here, having already taken some damage from the explosion in the confines of the ship,
Oh yeah.
is turned into haste by your thunderous.
All right, and then I'll do the next one. I just use the same damage, but I also get a crit hitty.
Alrighty, well what we'll do is we'll resolve your crit, then we'll resolve your combat complication, which I didn't do yet.
Okay.
So,
Find.
Roll a d66 for me, Ollie.
Yay!
Roll the table. 1d66. 22.
22.
Doing a poo.
Brutal rupture. Mangled flesh, crushed bone, and ruptured organs make your foe gasp in wretched pain. I should think so. Target suffers plus 1d3 wounds and is hindered.
Plus 1d3. 3. Big 3.
It's
Ow.
a very good roll on the
You
resilience.
bastard.
However, this is really going to require some maths. Hang on. Okay, we're starting at, what was it, 22 damage?
It was 28 damage, I think.
28. And you got an extra, how many?
3, so 31. AP3.
31 damage. Minus the resilience, and then we're going to take away 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's absolutely fucking turned to paste after that.
Nice. So after a few like massive stands up, comes up swimming in, smash, and then overhead slam ruptures it, and then Khulgu goes, scans the environment, and then goes to stand by Davruse to try and fend this plague bearer from mauling him. Says, "Get some range, tech priest."
It is now enemy turn. Just a reminder, since you are building up a pool of points of glory, you can spend a point of glory to interrupt the initiative at any time. So if you wish to go again before a threat, you can. And just shout, and I will heed your call. But failing that, this plague bearer over here fighting with the chaplain will swing his smelly sword.
I think Davruse giggles as Khulgu refers to him as a tech priest. Or ascended.
Yeah.
It's an abysmal roll. What's your defense? Anthonai.
4.
It fails to hit you. Play a turn.
Splendid. I hit back. The closest Arcanum. Hopefully this will work. Wow, okay. That's quite good, but I did roll a 1 on the raft die, which presumably means bad things happen.
No, you didn't. It's actually stupid. You actually rolled an icon on the 1 on the raft die. It'll go red if you roll a 1, and you know.
Oh, that's real stupid.
It's
So,
garbage.
does that mean my total icons is 6 or 7?
7.
Oh,
7
okay.
plus the 2 exalted icons from your roll, so it's actually 9.
So it's literally fucking useless. That's not right to use.
One could, well, yes.
Oh, well, no, it's not. Anyway, right. So 9 is the number we're interested in.
That is the number.
Yes.
Wrath and Glory has ever been quite hard on the brain to calculate.
Yeah.
Systems are great, but there's an awful lot of arithmetic.
One for the arithmetic fans. Yeah, okay, so this goes out to you arithmetic fans. I know you're watching. Yeah, so 9, the defense is
4.
very well.
So both shifts are available.
5 shifts. Sorry, no, 4 shifts, because I need to beat the number, right?
Up to 4 shifts, but you only got 2 exalted icons, so you have a maximum of 2 shifts.
Gotcha. Right, sorry, no, I missed that.
You can only shift your 6s,
Okay.
as they say in the club.
And if I do both of them, I still hit. It's just the point.
Yes.
Cool. I will bank 1 point of glory. Put that down, Dave. and I'll put the other one into an extra AD.
All right, roll ED.
On glory.
We should have more. I feel there's been a few banked.
Glory,
tracker?
we got 3.
Okay, we've got 3.
3 glory. You can have a maximum of 6, so make sure you're spending it if you're going to hit that cap.
Yes. Also, Mikey, remember that you have Wall of Steel. You can increase Astartes' defense by 1 against melee attacks.
Are you sure I have Wall of Steel? Where do I get that from?
That's the Rights of Battle table where you nicked the one that fits my character the most.
Sweet.
Yeah, that's probably the best use for glory you're actually going to have in this mission.
Good
They're
shout.
really cool.
Within 2 meters though, so it's pretty close.
So your damage over there.
So it's 2 icons for the 6.
Yep.
And actually, so if I'm adding the damage modifier for brutal manually to each of these results,
Yep.
that means I'm getting 2. Oh no, because so 2 5, so it doesn't make a difference, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
You can't
alright.
do the +1 and the -1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So it's fine. That's 4
ED.
successful EDs on top of the 13 base damage. So it's 17 again with AP -2, which is relevant because they don't have any armor.
Sorry, what was the total?
17.
17. Very unlikely. I'm going to roll the 1d6 just in case it aggravatingly survives. No, not resilient enough. On the second strike, your Crozius takes down the Plague Bearer.
Yes. Splatters into various globs.
Olly, roll a d6. We haven't done your combat complication. D66 even. 41. Weapon malfunction.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem likely to me. I'll let you have that one.
Maybe it hit my. I landed on my plasma pistol maybe, and I fell over.
You've got a plasma pistol, have you? Your plasma pistol so vicious was your rupturous strike that it got all goopy, and you'll need to take a look at that before you fire it.
Ugh.
Be a DN4 tech test to fix it.
Tech priest, look at my plasma pistol. I fear it is broken.
Something is wrong. It is all goopy. Blah blah blah. Initiative. This plague bearer over here.
That sucks for you because I'm not a tech priest. I have 1 in tech. An intellect.
Khulgu doesn't understand the ways of the Brotherhood of Mars.
Have I closed my plague bearer? I haven't.
The ugly
Can you make
duckling of Mars.
attack there, Roquefort?
I'm just trying to figure something out before it gets to my turn. Ignore me.
Roger. Well, this plague bearer is not ignoring you.
No, I said ignore me.
What's your defense?
4.
4.
You
Well,
might-
the plague bearer does not ignore you, but does not successfully hit you either.
That's because I told him to ignore me.
You might have parry as well, Mikey, by the way, with your
Oh
swords.
fuck! I have parry, don't I? I have 2 parry, in fact. Holy shit! Thank you.
Don't know if you.
So I have
Do you
2
get
swords.
both parries? Do you
Good
think?
question. I did think about it.
I bet the wording is if wielding a weapon with parry.
Yeah.
The
So
+1.
parry you gain while wielding a parry weapon. Yeah.
Yes.
that's
Well,
fair.
we'll say that's your defense is actually 5.
It's 5. So that means I can
Well,
take
good for
1
you.
wound.
You parry the strike.
Great. I'm going to take 1 wound of that last one as well. That's a good point. Great. Okay, lovely. Well, I'm going to attack back. Now, this is what we're trying to figure out because I can't make any of it make sense. Bear
Is
with
that
me.
because you always pick something difficult to do?
I'm using a sword. I'm just using a sword.
I was also,
2 swords.
Well.
You actually get extra damage on your weapon for being a psycho wielding a force weapon.
Yeah,
Have you calculated
yeah.
that already?
I've got it in for damage. That's good. Although that's been quite tricky. I'm trying to hit, and whenever I should be just weapon skill, right?
Yep.
Because I have 5. It says total of 10 weapon skill. When I roll the dice, it only does 9 dice. 9 dice plus 1 wrath die. I've got it. I'm back in the room.
This guy.
Cool. Okay. Now we're deciding multi-attack. We can't just multi-attack 2 swords on 1 guy. It doesn't. Yeah. It does seem.
So, let me read what it says in that section quickly.
So multi-attack is just what?
Because I think when I use multi-attacking enemies, they can attack once with both each. They're like a sword and a pistol. You can.
Okay, so you actually can't make more than one attack action by using the multi-action.
Multi-attack, which is weird, right? But
Weird.
I guess I kind of get it. But then could I, like you said, Ollie said, could I have my sword
like
and my
you
port
can.
pistol? It's attacking twice, but it also says, yeah. It just seems odd that you could attack 2 people once, but not 1 person twice. That also makes it overpowered. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to represent you fighting off twice as many enemies, I guess.
Just yeah, no, I do get it. But then it's like, yeah, could I attack once with my sword and once with my pistol and shoot someone far away?
Yeah.
I can't attack twice with my sword. Anyway, it's fine. Well, I will, because I don't know, my pistol I think is pretty shit anyway. I will actually
That's
just go.
multi-action. There is multi-action and multi-attack are 2 different things.
Yes, they are. Yeah, multi-attack is its own thing.
And I think we did it right with Olly, so we're going to continue doing it that way.
Yeah, and I think it
That
says
seems to make sense.
it says plus 2 DM for each plus target. If I just say plus, there'd be no depth, there'd be a penalty. I'll just go whack whack with the same one, which does seem a bit OP.
Yeah.
Don't know why you can't do it, but cool. Well, I will just. Would you allow me to have my? Actually, how long the range of bolt pistol? Bear with me. Is even. It's not a 612. It's pretty far anyway. And shooting into combat's not good in Wang, is it? If our enemies
multi-attack.
You can shoot into melee with a pistol.
If I'm using but there's a chance of hurting allies, right?
Yeah, I think so.
There's not in Soulbound. There's definitely not. Sure.
Right, sorry, I was just reading multi-attacks.
No worry. I'm just gonna clobber in my sword, because it seems fun. I think I've figured it out. Here we go. Good to know. Right, rolling weapon skill to attack. Here we go. Oh, it's not as good as it was before. But 1 wrath die though. Oh, that 5 on the wrath die. Cool. So that's 4, and the wrath die is 5.
Yep, so that's a hit. No shifts because you didn't roll any 6s.
No, that's fine, and it is a wonderful 16 damage plus 4 ED, which is fun. Yeah. Oh, not great. So that is 17 damage.
17 damage, reduced to 8 with the resilience. 1, 2, 3. And 4 of those get ignored by the irritating, tough little bastards.
Is that the determination test?
Yes, they get to take them for free.
Oh, those bastards.
Yes.
So is that no damage?
No, you still dealt 4 damage after everything, but having, 17 down to 4 is pretty gnarly.
Yeah, I should have force grabbed him. But it was all experimentation, learning the different
Alright, and then this one over here is going to make an attack against Khulgu, who has interposed himself. Big damn hero that he is. Ooh, he's got a critty hitty, but because he's just a threat, he's not going to get to do it. But it is a good roll, actually. He is going to hit.
Yeah.
So he's rolled 5 icons, 6, 8, 9
Ooh.
total. And the wrath die becomes 11 successes total. So we are going to shift 2 of those.
2? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big money.
Yeah. Is it 2 or is it 3? 11. You got defense 6, right? So
Yeah.
I can't shift 3, I can only shift 2. Alright. Only takes up the total damage to 13, so You're good, mate. Right, Davruse. Last player to act, I believe.
So, can I just walk away with Khulgu the way of this plague bearer? Am I in a range still?
I will inform you that opportunity attacks are a thing in this game.
Yeah, they're not in soulbound, but they are in. Yeah. Click nastily as you try to leave.
Well, in that case, on my character
You can
sheet,
take
when I
the
was putting my
fall
weapon
back.
in, when I was putting my weapon in, it gave me the option of, I'm not sure, option of choice, of putting it in as agility, weapon skill.
It should be initiative.
Okay.
I don't know why it gives you the option, because there
Does.
isn't an option.
And then with my rifle, it's ballistic skill and
One sec.
agility.
That's right, yeah.
Right, okay.
So I'm just doing my counter attack.
Oh, yes, sorry. In that case, there's a chance it perishes before it makes its strike.
Yeah, I did get another 1 on my wrath die.
Ruh-roh.
I'm glad I'm not a psyker
Oh
anymore.
my goodness.
Yeah,
All right.
Peril City over here.
Luckily, nothing goes wrong when I'm a psycho.
Ever.
So I can shift 2. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So just 22 damage. E3.
Much more reasonable. One, two. That's going to be close. Clinical!
Oh, is it
The
enough?
exact amount of damage required to slay the Plague Bearer.
Nice.
Just in time. Just as the Plague Bearer wings. Oh, wait, no. After, yeah. As Davruse finally is like, shwee! Khulgu's just like,
Yeah.
right, slain. In that case, Davey, after Khulgu rolls his combat complication test, you are free to make a shooting attack.
I've been waiting for this now. Right. I imagine there's not even a holster for his rifle, it's like some magnet, I think, right? Just like sticks somewhere on him.
Yeah.
He just gets it out. He takes aim at this plague bearer next to Roquefort, and he calls his shot, aiming for a weak point.
You may target the head if you wish.
Yeah, well, I go for his balls.
No. You are unable to identify anything you would recognize as balls.
Can I roll Medicaid to see if there are?
You can do that if you'd like to use your combat action for it.
I'm a bit closer. I could examine for you. If you want me to shout back my findings?
Mr. Psyker? No, I'll take aim and call my shot for his head.
Okay, so if you wish to shoot it in the head, let me get this right. The ED will go up by +4, but the difficulty of the shot, target's defense, will also go up by 4. So that would make it a 7 to hit.
Fine.
All right.
And then from my talent, so I gain double the bonus ED when I do this because of my Deadshot talent.
Oh, nice. So you're going to get +8 ED on this.
If I hit, yeah. That's the trade-off, right? You're trading off accuracy, like more damage, really.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, so
All right. So you need a 7. Also, Khulgu, in the melee, your melter bloms became unclamped from your belt and has dropped to the floor.
Yeah, my melter blom.
Blom.
Are you not saying bomb correctly?
Apparently not.
Are you having a stroke?
Potentially.
Nope, in this universe they're called bloms after the creators of them.
Nigel Blom.
Nigel Blom.
Famous for inventing the Blom clamp,
Yeah.
but not very well, apparently.
These blommies.
what am I rolling? bonuses. do I
You
have
are
on
rolling
that?
a ballistic skill check. The N of your attack is 7.
Okay.
Or adjust.
Oh yes, just indeed. Well, it is a hit. Roll that sweet ED.
Need to add my bonus die for this. 8.
8 total, yeah.
8 total. 8 total bonus die, right?
What's your... No, it'll be like whatever your base is. Add whatever you
My
need
mind
to the
is
bonus. What's your base ED for the galvanic rifle?
Thing. +1, but it's mastercrafted. And then I've... So...
That gives you...
On your
plus
sheet
when
it says
the thing
5.
attacked.
Where did that come from?
I think when I'm putting it in, I put in the mastercrafted, and I've got the talent for trademark weapons,
Okay.
so you get +4 ED. So
That's the 5.
Yep. Okay. So you're
so
rolling.
attacking, hitting.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Okay. So you have got 5 ED base plus your 8, right? Is that right?
I think I have 6 actually.
6.
I get 2 plus from the mastercrafted, then I get 4 from the trademark, and it's got +1. So actually 7.
So
ED
7's your
base.
base ED. That's starting to sound like a familiar weapon to me.
Okay, we got that stuff. 7 in base.
Then you've got +4 for the cold shot.
And then plus an additional 4 for having your talent.
Right. Okay.
Dead shot, yeah.
Yeah.
So, 15. Yeah.
He is a
Nice.
sniper.
Okay, so
Trained
you
and
roll.
trained to kill.
Is
you
it
get
brutal or
9
not?
extra damage there.
Okay.
If it's brutal as well, I'm going home.
Oh, I get a +1 to hit anyway because my crosshair eye.
That would be...
Right, you don't need that now. We'll use that later.
Yeah,
This is
Right.
why you mod weapons and make them.
So the base damage of your weapon was 10. You've rolled an additional 9 damage, so it is a pretty solid 19 damage shot.
nice. You know in Mando when he's
that
using
is-
his rifle and he takes a bullet out of his bandolier and pops it in. That's how I load mine.
So that's quite an upsetting roll I've just done there.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I am sorry because that would have been really cool. Was it 19
Oh, wow.
damage? Goes down to 10 for the resilience, and then the Plague Bearer ignores a further 7 of that damage.
Well, it's just like a drop in the water. it just
In a
makes
statistically
ripple.
improbable roll, leaving it with 3 wounds remaining there. I think that's top of the round.
Yeah.
Who's going to finish him off?
Permission to finish the combat? If I can.
Proceed.
For the
Love-
Emperor.
Lovely. Well, I will just go get my 4-sword. Rom. Here we go. Weapon skill. Roll again. Here we go. What's that? Oh, it's not great. That's 4. That's.
It's enough.
Oh, it's critical on the wrath die to hit. Is that
You
good?
do got a critty hitty.
Whoop whoop.
Hey.
That's the good. That's the good table. Good table.
Yep.
It's definitely the good table.
Does anyone have that to hand, or do you want me to
I
dig
do.
it out? Lovely. 2d6. Here we go. 31.
Merciless strike. A blow to the foe's body steals the breath from their lungs, pulverizing their innards with a nasty crunch. Target suffers a mortal wound.
Ooh, okay.
In addition, you may spend glory to inflict further mortal wounds. I don't think
Yeah, in mortal wounds in Wang House, those are just more wounds. Is that like a batch of wounds, or is that wounds they can't determine against? Was that it?
Yes, annoyingly, these guys actually can, but generally speaking, no.
Fine. Well then, no glory. That's fine. Great. So we've hit. Here comes the damage. That was 16 damage plus 40. Here we go. Come on. This is not great. 17 damage. Plus a more
17.
wounds.
Plus a mortal wound, 18 damage, right. As long as we don't do another silly roll. We nearly do another silly roll. Librarian... I can't remember your surname. I can't read it.
Roquefort.
That was
Librarian
Zoroastfried.
Tell us of your merciless strike.
Well, I go for the balls. Wherever we determined they were. I kind of look for where the shot that Davruse hit to kind of use that as a ingress point to then...
It's the one big eye is also
Yes,
a testicle.
yes. That's it.
I don't like your use of the term ingress point. I find it unpleasant.
Well, it's an ingress point. And I'll say it again. Yeah.
It's some pretty major surgery. And the final plague bearer is Lane.
Burn.
All right. Congratulations on surviving the combat before you even hit the planet.
Thank you.
So. Two.
Does the cron start ticking again?
Maybe.
Maybe not.
So, after all of the plague bearers are slain and their demonic ichor begins to evaporate back into the warp, the clock ticks over to 11 seconds, and the remains of the demons vanish. The ship emerges from the warp storm and plummets toward the ground. The crew did not survive the brush with the warp energy.
Oh no. Was that my warp energies or the around the ship warp energy?
I got a bit of both. Anyone who can see into the cockpit sees a small piece of debris just sticking out the back of the pilot's head. Who could say how it got there?
Nurgles. Nurgles.
So,
Something shockwave.
as the ship drops, you may attempt to,
Get back
you may
in my
attempt
chair?
to make a safe landing.
Right.
If any of you have pilot skill,
Oh.
A White Scar always knows how to pilot a steed of battle.
yes.
I get back in my chair heroically.
So Khulgu,
Yes,
you rush to the flight controls, do you?
correct. Because I can
I'm pretty
re-roll.
sure a Terminator can fit into the cockpit.
I'm pretty sure as well. And if I can't, I rip out the chair and maglock myself to the floor. I can re-roll 4 dice whenever I make a pilot test.
I think this might be our first ever pilot test, and we had a whole year-long campaign.
Didn't Alex try and ride the jetpack that one time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what this. Okay, please, Khulgu, make me a DN6 pilot test.
Oh. Well, it's only 5. But I can re-roll 4 of them.
And remember, you also have glory.
Oh, yes. What can I do with
If
that?
you wish to increase the dice pool by 1 per glory spent.
What do we say, chaps? Shall we use the 3 glories so I can land this bugger?
So we don't all die in a fireball.
Do we need to use all 3?
I mean, I need to get a...
Okay, the accountant has
I need
entered the fray.
I need to beat 5. Sorry, what was it? DN6?
DN6.
I got 5 dice only, but I can re-roll 4.
Shit. Okay, yeah, pump it in.
Alright, so we're doing pilot. I get bonus 3. Roll. Okay, so I can re-roll the 3 fails.
The point of wrath.
This is my pilot, my White Scar's ability.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yes, when you were describing that earlier, I was like,
So I get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10 successes.
Khulgu has experience flying Thunderhawks, obviously.
Since you got more than you required, you may shift as normal, but I will be retaining one of those shifts for you, because that has allowed Khulgu to quite miraculously make a safe landing. Or say a safe emergency landing. It's not quite a perfect landing. So well done, Khulgu. As you battle the controls, the ship's weight and momentum drag it through layers of hive spire, the structure weakened by the assault of Fury's blades' lasers. When the movement finally ceases, you are deep below the surface of Gilead Primus, although the next map might not reflect that. We're going to skip over some of this text. You are on the surface of Gilead Primus. Hundreds of corpses surround your ship. It is not clear if they were incinerated by the laser fire from Fury's blade or destroyed by your own landing. A voice crackles in your earpiece. Proceed with caution. All is not as it should be. Scans show access to the deeper structures at the following location. May the Emperor's strength steel you. Ticked icons in your helmet point the way to a target 75 meters away. In the dim light of the spire, between the shadows and the target, you can see thousands of humanoid shapes lurch clumsily in your direction.
So you shockwave.
And then I'm just gonna copy you
75 meters.
75 meters.
I can increase the distance with whatever. I still don't understand. In whatever it's called.
I think every level of potency, you basically get more wrath die. You have more chance of rolling a 1. Perils yourself.
And the perils can become more severe as well as a result.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. I think it must be the same. So level 2 must be unbound. Or actually also transcendent. Yes.
So
Yes, yeah.
now I will admit this map does not necessarily reflect the heroic landing of Khulgu, because I frankly did not prepare an undamaged ship map, or I did not anticipate
Cool
such
map,
a
though.
landing. But I suppose you've made a safe landing. The ship has still been battered and damaged on its descent, emergency descent through the spire. So you find yourselves outside the entrance to the facility. As you recover from your hard landing, you notice, any of you with any awareness at all, notice thousands of poxwalkers shambling around. And the tide surges towards you.
Oh, Lord.
So, what happens now is you may all attempt to hold back the tide of plague bearers while making your way towards the entrance. Making your way to the entrance will take... now, I think it might be better because of that landing. It will only take you 2 turns to reach the entrance because of the landing.
Okay.
So, any
fire,
agent with one of the following may make a DN6 ballistic test to try and gun down enough poxwalkers to stem the tide. So if you have a rapid fire weapon, you have a weapon with a salvo rating of 3 or more, a weapon with a blast rating of 6 or higher, a weapon with the fire keyword, and since you landed successfully, one of you may use the Thunderhawk's turbo laser. Not destroyed in the crash, despite how this particular Thunderhawk might look.
Well, I don't have any blast, and my plasma pistol is broken, so maybe Khulgu would move from the pilot's location or control the gun from the pilot's location.
And I will say, in fact, Khulgu, as the demon's substance evaporated back into the warp, I think your plasma gun is most likely unclogged, but not
okay.
Not uncorrupted. Its machine spirit will not be happy.
Yeah.
So, agents.
A quick question: is stealth out of the option? They're not fully us.
I think they're attracted to the
You
ship.
may be stealthy if you wish.
I can just.
However, how this segment is going to work is that the majority of you need to pass on your test to hold back the tide. So if you're not contributing, that could be a problem.
I've got my rapid fire, my galvanic rifle. So...
Start popping heads. Switch to the burst mode.
The disintegrator mode.
Khulgu, what do you do?
Khulgu swivels around in the pilot's... No, wait. The pilot's chair's been ripped aside. So he just brings up the targeting gunning array.
Okay, make a ballistic skill test of DN6, please.
I mean, my ballistic skill is only 10. Because, I don't normally fire rifles. That makes it, yes. Just.
I feel like I should have some other music.
It's a bit mysterious. Should be quite impending.
I'm finding it very difficult to find music under pressure.
That'd be Queen. That would.
Hang on.
I got it.
Pressure.
And ballet.
And ballet.
All right, we're just going to use this one because it's loosely not too useful. Okay, it's a bit too much clanging for my liking. But there's a lot of clanging happening. There you go. As the corpse tide heads your way. Were you successful in your test there?
Just
Successful. Great. Who's next? Davruse, what are you doing?
I'll start popping heads.
Popping
Like
heads.
Rapid fire, mastercrafted galvanic rifle.
Say that with a gobstopper.
Hey, so I'm rolling ballistic skill, right?
Ballistic skill, please.
Bosh.
It's a success.
Nice.
Over to the remaining Space Marines.
I have a frag grenade, so that's a blast 6 value. Is that good enough for you?
Yep, that's exactly what you need. In fact,
Is it just using it normally, or is it add to a test?
Just make a ballistic skill test for this.
Great. Oh god, I don't think I have a very good ballistic skill, but hey, this is what we're here for. There you are. Oh, no, it's quite good. All right, here we go. Boom. It's good actually. 4 and a 1 wrath dies. Yeah, that's 5.
It's just enough.
Oh,
With that 6 in there. Success. Anthonai. Is it Anthonai or Anthonai?
Anthony.
Either are acceptable. Yeah, Zephix will also throw a frag grenade.
Mhm.
That being the only appropriate item. Which it should be working now, except that the page is broken, so I'll just do the relevant dice. 10d6.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Excellent. You've held back the tide for 1 round. But the corpse tide is never ending. Is everyone doing the same again?
Yeah, if I have enough ammo with grenades, I can't remember how that works.
I forget.
It's probably the same for Tony.
Well,
I've got.
I mean, you're not. I'm just going to say you could just make the test. You've got enough grenades.
I think, yeah, I think when
I
you,
must have more than one.
when you buy them, I think they come in packs of 3, right? 3.
That's rings a bell.
Same with the missiles and stuff.
Sweet.
Roquefort, you have unfortunately not passed your test of DN6.
Oh,
It's
because I had the 6-4. That is quite high, isn't it? I thought it was well better.
Zoroastfried.
No. That's.
Oh, yes.
strange. Oh,
Khulgu
Jesus.
mows down the enemy. Davruse.
I found the rapid fire button.
What does this do?
Pop, pop, pop.
Ah, huge. Huge. All right. Zephix.
Oh, bad.
Just enough, I think.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Just
6,
enough.
7. Just enough.
Okay, so as you do your fighting retreat, you make it to the exit. Oh, it takes 3 rounds for Space Marines and Terminator armor to reach the exit.
No.
How about that?
I'm the rear guard.
Now it's a little bit odd how this is written. We're just going to have to interpret it. So you've not yet reached the exit. So here's what can happen. The exit from the crypt is a heavy plasteel door set in an ancient bulkhead and locked with a key panel. Opening it requires a DN5 tech test and takes 1 round. Closing it from the other side takes an additional round. So, people who have reached the exit, what will you be doing while Khulgu makes his way, perhaps with limited fire support?
Has he started making his way, or is he still in the cockpit? Is he...
I'm going to say that he's now out of the Thunderhawk. So just for the sake of this, I'm just going to put you guys sort of over here, assuming there's a sort of an exit on sort of towards the top of the screen. So the 3 of you, is anyone attempting to open the door?
Yeah,
with a tech
I
test?
naturally would point towards me, right? Don't get your hopes up.
If you're unable to open the door with a tech test, it is possible to destroy the door.
Just blast it.
However, as you may expect, it is a reinforced door, so bear that in mind.
I'll make the tech tests.
Quickly go and wash my hands post eating.
Very hygienic.
Not a good.
It was always going to be challenging to get 5 successes on 3 dice. And unfortunately, you have not succeeded. Roasty.
Yes.
What are you doing?
So he's not teched the door open. We're at the door, so we can do our.
You're at the door?
And destroying the door. What's the rough feeling on that?
It is certainly a reinforced door. If you wish to destroy it, you will need to use some sort of heavy or dangerous weapon. Your force swords will be very, very powerful weapons as well.
Yeah. Nothing. I'm just double checking my psychic abilities, but I'll. I can't really crush a door. Quite fun though. Yeah, we need the door open. Have we still got people actually holding back the hordes? Or are people,
there are well, you need 3 successes as your party to hold back the tide and stop them from closing to melee range. However, you also need to open the door. So
yeah, but and Khulgu, are you able to still take attacks to slow them down?
I don't know.
You won't be able to use the turbo laser anymore.
Yeah.
I think you're making your way to catch up with the party.
I can use grenades.
I really wanted you to be able to rip it off, but unfortunately, you'd probably have to get back outside and find it. And
That's okay. He wouldn't do that. He'd just do a fighting retreat and then maybe use one of his grenades as a last resort.
Okay. So,
let's go with.
What are you doing?
Yeah, let's go with attack the door.
Okay.
Here we go.
So I'm going to treat it as having a defense of 1.
Okay.
It doesn't actually say here. So make your attack.
Cool. Should be pretty easy to hit, but it's the damage we want. Lovely. Still pretty close to missing. Not ideal. Not ideal. But I can still shift that 6, right?
You can still shift that 6
into an extra ED.
Yep, if you wish.
Cool. Great. 16 plus 5.
And also reroll with a wrath die if you really
What,
don't like that door.
Die? That's crazy. No one here would use the wrath dice. They're there so that you can still have 2 at the end of the session.
Yeah.
After being mocked, I do that.
The
I kind of forgot.
Powerful tool in the DM's arsenal.
Aha! Wrath die 5. There we go. So that's 3 successes. That's 2 shifts.
You can re-roll all of your fails when you
That
spend your
was
wrath point.
that was it. So
Which
1, 2,
which was
3,
a lot.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
All right, mate. 7. 7's on the 6. Bear with me. I can't even go that high. Sorry, I've just been lazy. And then one more.
Christ, that's
that's
absolute
bad.
garbage.
That's bad. So just the 1 extra then. Brilliant.
Wow.
Let me note down that I wasted a wrath point very quickly.
Yep.
So
Just remember that you can also earn wrath points for completing those short-term objectives if you did roll what they were, or through exceptional moments of heroism and roleplay brilliance.
Because that's what you forget. I was looking over the Cardinal sheet. I had not only a boost on that, I get a wrath point per turn if I killed multiple enemies, but obviously most things he did were pretty fucking brutal. And
Yes, I seem to remember some absolute fucking.
He was a wrath churner. Lovely. So that is
Wrath Factory.
Wrath Factory indeed. So it's 16 plus 5 ED then. It's 18 damage. It's not quite.
18 damage. So you take chunks out of the door, and you can see the other side, but you have, with the swings you've managed to do in those seconds, not quite managed to break through the door.
Could I have done it like an enhanced attack at the door? I guess now thinking about it, like
you could have made an all-out attack, if you wish.
Would that be plus 2?
You'd get 2 extra dice, but your defense would be reduced by 2 for the round.
I think I'm okay. Do you mind if I roll extra dice?
Go for it.
Is that to hit or just damage?
2 extra hit die.
Right.
If you get 6s, you might.
1 more. 5. Doesn't matter. So roll it.
Makes no difference because you can only do your shifts. Okay, so that leaves it to Chaplain Zephix.
My browser's completely frozen.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
We can hear you.
I can't do anything. Sorry.
That's okay. So the door is on its last legs. If Zephix were to swing his Crozius Arcanum at the door, I would believe in him.
If the Skitarius had failed to techno open it, Zephix absolutely would muck in and just attempt to destroy it. So yeah.
So the door explodes inwards after the thunderous strike exposed and following all these sort of exposed fault lines from the Force Sword. Khulgu Khan is making a practiced and unhurried retreat, but as your fire has been distracted, the Corpse Tide closes melee range.
Right.
Put some there.
Oh wait, when did my defense?
Hello.
I will put some sort of here.
Oh.
Right. So Khulgu, your distance, because they're now in melee range, because you weren't able. Actually, that's not true. So these would have come through at the end of the round, I think. Right. So, Khulgu, I presume you were heading with all unhurried haste towards the door.
Mm-hmm.
That means you've all made it to the door. However, we do have a problem.
Phalanx. Are these swarms?
They are 2 mobs of 30. And believe you me, Roll20 had a little meltdown when I tried to do this.
Yes.
So, you've gotten in the door. Excellent. However, getting in the door did require you destroying the door. So, you will need to think of a way to seal it once you are through the narrow space. You will need to hold off the mob for...
Oh god, that's a lot bigger than I thought it was. No, that's not. I was hoping C squares was a meter, but it's very much not.
So, you've all made it through the door, should you wish. You will need to make 2 shooting successes rather than 3, as they're struggling to pour in through the narrow confines of the tunnel. However, you will need to find a way to close the entrance. So, what are you going to do?
Can I interpret any kind of telekinetic powers like crush to like? No, it's not a target. I didn't want to try and like collapse the doorway, but
Well,
You have full creative license.
I use crush to collapse the door. Wait, no, isn't that what you can use wrath to do something cool and?
You can
Right.
use a wrath point to make a narrative declaration.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna focus all of my frustration at it currently fails to use my psychic abilities to use my crush ability, which clamps invisible force and tightens and crushes things to crush the doorway and pull the metal and rock down to collapse it. That's my plan anyway.
All right. So what I'm going to say is you can do that,
Love,
but it's going to require a bit of extra channeling time.
sure, makes sense.
So you're going to need to spend the full round channeling that,
Fine.
while the others attempt to hold off the corpse tide.
That seems very reasonable. I'll use both my wrath points.
So for the 3 remaining unoccupied agents, continue to hold back the tide. They have closed melee range. So who's holding the door?
Khulgu will step forward.
One assumed so. So we'll just. I know you're not in a doorway, but let's say it's looking something like this.
Yeah. Hurry up with your magics, Stormseer.
I'm trying.
Is the backline here in melee as well?
Only whoever's holding the front line, I think, is going to be in melee because I'm a nice guy, and it makes sense. Music stopped, hasn't it? Battle of the Amazons, my most relevant soundtrack yet.
Oh yeah.
Right, so 2 successes are required from the party to hold back the tide. Otherwise, I'm going to say that the tide will interrupt the channeling.
We have to roll.
So, working this on the fly here, because you are actually engaged with the mobs. You can make a weapon skill test.
Okay.
Same as the shooting test, you need 6 successes to cleave enough to hold back the tide.
That is just with my wrath die.
Just okay. 1 success. So it falls to Zephix to hold back the tide, or the rest help hold back the tide.
Davruse as well, right?
What?
Oh, sorry, Davruse has failed his tech test this turn.
What?
Not this turn.
Next turn, isn't it? I was opening the door.
I'll trust you because I lost track. So okay, yes, you can both make a test.
Yeah, because I think
Quite stealthy, but he doesn't feel seen. I'm gonna. I was thinking of try and stealth as a combat action this turn, so I get a stealth score, and then next turn I'll be able to use my Eliminator talent, where I add my stealth score as extra dice. Unaware target. That'd be worth it, or should I just shoot?
They're moving like a sort of hive mind, flooding into the door. I don't think they're aware of you as individuals, even, but they're just sort of. So, up to you.
Fair enough. Well,
Just slink into a shadow to feel a bit safer. You can do that.
Taking his rifle by the hip. He's just gonna start slugging rounds downrange, willy-nilly. Uncharacteristic. He does, love his marksmanship. But, there's a time and place for everything. I roll.
Need to get one of those little Uzis the infiltrators have.
Hell yeah. I should have, really.
What is it? The flechette blasters and stub carbines.
Yeah, I should have taken, like, a sidearm, really, and not gone into melee, but they...
I remember when you first got some of those, Milo.
Mm.
You were so excited, and they never performed, and you got very cross.
They still never performed. Still.
They've shredded some Eldar in their time, I think.
The main thing they've done now is they've actually scored some objectives. And
That's true. Yeah.
They've got a use now in this edition.
They moved block.
Yes. Right, Davruse, you mow down the enemy.
Rapid
In this instance, it enables you to do enough damage to hold back the tide with many shots from the galvanic rifle, which not like a rapid fire weapon, but
I'm
we'll move on from
counting
that.
each one as I shoot. One slain as body,
Right.
Commentary.
You've successfully held back the corpse tide for long enough for why can't I remember your surname? Whatever, the Librarian. So the team is able to make it through the doors, and so Roquefort, describe this psychic intervention you've made to seal the entrance.
Yeah, well, it's probably the first off-the-cuff thing he's ever done in his career that's not by the book. So it's very experimental, but he's just using his psychic kinetic energy to latch onto the stone and metal around the doorway and just pull it all down inwards and collapse the whole thing on top of the entrance, squashing hopefully a couple as they were halfway through and entangling them in metal and rock, squished to pieces.
Excellent. Okay, so you make it into
The Mines of Moria.
yes, you make it into the facility.
This is a tomb.
As soon as you enter the facility, all of you detect an encrypted broadcast. I say all of you. Well, no, all of you. It's on the Astartes Vox channel, but Davruse is tapped in. Warning. This is Sergeant Valance of the Absolvers chapter. This sector is under the protection of the Absolvers. Withdraw or face destruction. I repeat, withdraw or face the Emperor's judgment. And the warning repeats every 10 seconds.
It is like Lost.
Above Fury's blade, Tech adepts set to work to see if any record of Sergeant Valance can be found. So, if anyone would like to have a tea or coffee break before we get into the next section, now would be a good time.
Intermission.
Nice.
All right.
Let's move downstairs.
Back in 5 or so.
Perfect.
All right.
Great. All right, a cup of coffee.
Olo.
Hey, bro.
Watch the cinema therapy for one with Mega Man, Mega Mind.
They're called Megamind.
Oh, yeah, mate. Not the antagonist who's like the nice guy.
Isn't he like the fan of? Oh no, I'm thinking of Incredibles.
Yeah, you doubled, by the way. Well, there's like a Marcel.
Make sure you've got others can hear or see. Just video only.
There you go.
On video only?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can hear or see you.
Yeah. Got your message as well. Repainting. I think just like maybe Alex will agree. When you start painting Warhammer, just contrast is like the best sort of way to start.
There's a few different ways to look at it. Broadly, yeah, you can go around houses, but starting with contrast achieves the best results for the least amount of work early on, so you can get the basics of what goes where and how to do it.
What do you mean by contrast?
It's a specific type of paint that
Ah,
there are other versions, but to keep it simple, thinking about Games Workshop, they call it Citadel Contrast Paint. And the reason why it's simple is normally with acrylic paints, you water them down to a very watery point, and then you do lots of very thin layers to make sure it's smooth. You don't lose any detail on the model. And then you have to use some other techniques to kind of add shadow and then add highlights and so on. The contrast paint is like, it's a different mixture of stuff. It's a different mixture of pigments to medium that's been made in such a way that you only have to kind of basically glob one color on to the model and then let it dry, and it sort of magically makes it look pretty good. So yeah, in that way, it's quite a good place to start. Is in that you can get more models painted to a decent standard quicker than any other method, really.
and then stuff like base coat. I used to use a spray, take it out into the garage, just spray it like a motherfucker. What's like, is that the best way of doing it, or do you want to like paint it on?
Spray it. Like the main decision to make with it is get black spray and paint up from black, which is what you would do with normal paints. Or if you're going to use contrast, then you don't have to use Games Workshop's like special ones for contrast, but you do have to use a white or a very bright color. Because then the contrast kind of seeps into that and changes that white into a color. Whereas obviously that won't work if you use black. There's an excellent guide on wargamer.com if you fancy any more tips and pointers.
Yeah. There's some pretty good contrast plus guides as well, where it's contrast and then they add highlights and extra bits and bobs to elevate it.
Ways to paint these days. I usually use a mix of traditional and contrast painting now.
Just almost every model I ever do now is some mix of contrast bases and then contrast to put the base colors in, and then metallics and washes over the top of that. And if something really needs to look good in terms of like color mixing or like really fine highlights or whatever, then maybe I'll go over that in white and paint it up again from the start. That's when I do any painting, which is almost never at the moment.
I guess for Votann as well, because there's so many armor plates. Contrast maybe. I mean, those new contrasts are pretty good at getting a nice coat, like that orange and stuff.
You'll be fine. I think you'll be fine. Because the thing about the Votann armor plates is that they're all curvy and lumpy. There's lots of like ridges and shapes on the plates. It's not like Space Marines where it's all kind of flat. And in any case, you're quite right that the newer ones don't really mind. Like I've done. Ow! I did my Horus Heresy Imperial Fists with the new Imperial Fist yellow, and like,
yeah,
that's not going to work. But basically, it works like real easy.
Nice. Yeah, that orange. I did that orange for my. Let me just slide over here. My
my computer again.
That orange on that So good, the magma droth orange.
Oh yeah, it just goes so bright so quickly.
Yeah.
Sick. Oh, so my friend who was showing me, he has some silver netherite, and he's got a neon green for it, so it glows in the dark.
Nice.
Got a big sight, glow in the dark sight.
All
That is
right.
good.
Are we ready to resume?
Yes.
So, made it through the door into the facility. Sergeant Valence's recorded warning continues to play. Thousands of bodies futilely dash themselves against the remnants of the door behind you. Before you, a broad passageway leads to a deep chamber, 70 meters wide and bounded by a broad spiraling ramp. On the sides of the pit, you can see layers of ancient construction, most of them crushed and compacted by the weight of the spire above. Strata of plasteel and rockcrete laid down over the millennia of human settlement. 3 huge pillars, which have disappeared from my map, so glad I just checked that. 3 huge pillars rise to the ceiling, each one assembled from ancient bric-a-brac and crudely smelted alloys mined out from out of the walls of the pit. Waves of nauseating energy radiate out from them. 2 dozen servitors line the sides of the pit. Even from the distance, the signs of decay and mutation their organic components are. Every agent who enters the pit must make a DN3 corruption test, which will be a DN5 for any psychers.
Got it.
So please roll me some tests.
You're assuming
this is-
we all want to enter the pit? Maybe I don't want to enter
You
the
may
pit.
also head backwards, back into the corpse tide if you wish.
No, the door's been crushed. Right.
What was the test, sorry?
It's a corruption test, please. That will be conviction.
Conviction.
Oh no.
So how's that looking?
I got a critical.
Got to resist corruption.
Hmm.
So Khulgu takes 1 point of corruption. Davruse, unbothered, takes none.
Should be rolling conviction or resist corruption.
I think it's both. It's the same thing.
It's the
Oh,
same
okay.
test. Yeah. I didn't know there was a resist corruption button. That's
Yeah,
really
I
nice.
just found it. So yeah.
And Roquefort is 4. Is that 1 point of one corruption point for you? So was it? Oh yeah, and then Zephix. Also successful. So Khulgu and Anthonai. Wait, hang on. I got that right? People who failed? No. Khulgu
Yep.
and
Yes.
Roquefort.
Yes.
You are both sickened to your core by. I've closed the fucking adventure, haven't I? That's good, isn't it? Anyway, you're sickened. You feel very bad. I'm buying time. You will be vulnerable for as long as you are in this pit.
Oh.
The waves of disgusting warp energy mess with your senses. Okay.
So
So
vulnerable is -1 to defense.
That is very bad, not good.
So, some illustration.
Am I sickened by the pillars?
Yes. Or you can, yeah, I think you can tell. You can tell that the sickening energy is coming from them.
Never have I seen something so foul. Ooh. Luckily, Terminator plate have a sick tube.
So, I need to put your characters in here, don't I? As you enter the pit, you are confronted by a rather unpleasant scene. The pit, the walls, everywhere is just bodies everywhere. There has been a massacre here. The worker, so the bodies you see appear to be workers dressed in sorts of working clothes, I guess. Normal human. Go and have a look around.
Investigation.
Yes. You may make a DN3 investigation test. Well, what you are able to determine from looking around is that these bodies were slain quite recently, and were slain by a mixture of devastating melee weapons as well as heavy weapons fire. And they're piled up. You can tell this wasn't even just a sort of it wasn't like there was a battle in here. It was like a firing squad sort of situation.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't tell what did this.
Can I roll survival to see if I can analyze the bodies, perhaps, or?
I would suggest you could try a Medicae.
No, it's a 3 as well.
What
Awareness?
Yeah, go on.
What awareness?
You do your DN 3 awareness as well.
Athletics.
Anything else? A good one for me?
That is a success, but with a wrath critical failure.
Ooh, okay. Well. With your exceptional situational awareness, as you look around the chamber, it becomes immediately apparent to you, after hearing Davrose's report of injuries, that these workers were slain by the servitors in this room. And as you poke around the room, servitors activate.
Da, 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 da. Very Robot Wars tone there.
Activate.
Servitors, activate.
Where's Craig Charles?
Davruse's conditioning kicks in. He activates.
Yeah. Sleeper agent.
Just put these servitors in where they're supposed to be. There's some over here, and there's some over here, and then there's some over here.
Oh, nice.
So, there we go. There are 3 groups of servitors. Well, there's actually... These are mobs of 3. And yeah. And there's these are not mobs over here. Yeah, servitors activate. It's apparent that they are responsible for the massacre, and you are to be their next target. Initiative players.
Yes. Can I go first? I want to use the assault trait on my melter gun and do a sprint action and fire the melter gun into a mob of fuckers. So these are mobs, are they?
Yep. Groups
All right.
mobs.
I'm gonna do a sprint action to get into short range. And actually, I didn't need to do that, did I? Just move to get into short range there. The sprint would be to get to someone further away. I'm just gonna move and shoot them with the melter gun.
Yep.
It's still gonna be cool, you guys. Bang. Wow.
Target's defense is 3, so you have successfully hit all the targets.
That feels like it's more than 7 icons.
It's 7 icons, and then you get an extra 4 from the exalted icons.
Oh, I see. That's how it works. Okay.
So the 7 icons are enough to hit all 3 targets. So you actually have 4 shifts to play with.
Yowza. All right. Well, I'll do 2 points of glory and 2 extra EDs then.
Right. You can only do one glory per action.
Oh, very well. Then I will do 1 glory and 3 extra EDs.
Alrighty. Get you that damage.
Yeah. So I don't think AP gets factored into this very well. Well, I mean, there's an AP box on the sheet, but I don't know whether I should put -4 or 4 as the value.
It doesn't matter. Just tell me what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway. So you go. Damage on the melter gun. Pow. That's wrong. That's not the way it should be. I'm just gonna.
The good news is that your melter gun is actually going to do enough damage to kill them, regardless. So these 3 here are caught in a particularly well placed blast of superheated. Can't remember what melter is actually supposed to be, but it's not nice.
It's just radiation. It's never properly explained what sort or how that.
Yeah, they're a bit clear on plasma, but melter's very
It's mainly described by color. Like it's normally like a
searing beam, perhaps.
Yeah.
Well,
whitish yellow heat radiation.
Superheated.
These 3, it's their turn now, and they close to range with you. They're simple targeting protocols, finding the nearest enemy.
Bring it on, clankers.
So they make an attack. What's your defense there?
4.
Well, that is not a hit from them. Play a turn.
Yes.
The servo arms. Just too slow for your superhuman reflexes.
Yeah.
I'll step forward and
I bet you will.
cover Anthony.
All right.
All right, Anthony.
Yeah, tone.
Alright, tone, big tone. Cool. So
None of us are from Liverpool.
none of us are from Liverpool. I was there yesterday,
What do you mean?
but no one sounds like that when you go to Liverpool. It's just all
That's great.
Southerners.
Who could possibly have seen that coming?
So I'm just my charge. I think I get a +2 dice and then +1 for charge. So I get +3 dice attack bonus. So right. That's a critical hit. That is.
None of us are from Birmingham either.
The
benefit of the audio.
Roll the critty hitty table. If you'd like to hear some lovely narrative effects, you've certainly also rolled enough icons to hit all of the servitors.
Nice. And I can shift one. I'll bank a glory. And farm these.
Bone-shattering impact, which feels about right for a charging White Scar in Terminator armor. A crippling blow smashes the foe's body, reducing arms, legs, and ribs to fractured splinters.
Yes.
And I don't think we need to worry about its damage effects, because these 3 servitors have been absolutely obliterated.
Nice. That's 2 glory for the glory counter.
Right. This servitor over here. In fact, no, I'm going to move these guys up.
I'm big into this music, by the way. It's giving me Labyrinth vibes.
Very cool.
I have got the song. I'm holding on to it. Right, these ones charge up to their nearest targets, which unfortunately is the little guy.
Yeah, we should let Davruse go first, I think. In the first.
We should let him get out of danger sometimes.
They weren't right next to me. They just
unless you wish to seize the initiative.
Oh.
They just pushed up. I didn't get a
no
go,
one's done
right?
yet. You've got. Yeah, it's because it's their turn. That's why they've moved.
Oh.
Seize the initiative. How 8
Spend a point of glory to interrupt the initiative order. You have a big fat pile of glory. I'm going to allow you to retroactively use it if you want.
Well, I've not acted at all, right?
Yep. This
So
is
how are
round
they
1 of
acting?
combat.
How does they go first? We have
As in all the combat so far, initiative alternates between players and threats. Starting with the players.
You can spend a point of glory to have your go first.
Which you should definitely do, because we've got loads of glory.
Yeah.
Let's do that then.
Alright.
Okay. 1 of glory.
Good for your health.
My shock meant to have been recovered by now, but get through.
I should have said, I'm sorry I missed it in the adventure. You do have an opportunity to have a brief respite, or whatever it's called, once you make it in. And I think you recover all your shock at that point.
I think so.
I think shock is all recovered. No, you don't heal any wounds, but shock is recovered.
Yes.
Super.
Roger.
So yes, you can have had a breather.
Okay.
Listening to the gentle pitter patter of the corpse tide.
Davruse is gonna blink away into the shadows, backing up.
Really funny idea. It's raining outside, darling. No, it's just the corpse tide.
Yeah, it's always like that in the morning. Alright.
So my stealth score is how many icons I roll. I've
Yep.
got 3 stealth.
Yeah, plus an extra 1 for the 6 you rolled.
Extra 1. 4 stealth.
Yep.
And then that's my combat action, so I can still move.
Yep.
In that case. And I am silent, so I can move at full speed while moving stealthily.
Nice.
The speed is 6. So is that 6 meters?
Yeah.
6 meters if you're making a normal move, yeah.
6 squares.
Yes, if I've set this up correctly. Let me just quickly change this one. I have forgotten to set this one to meters.
Gutted.
There you go.
I can't get over that cover.
You can't get over what, where?
Moving to the west. That cover to the west. Barricade.
You can leap over that cover if you wish.
Glorious.
Stealthily, of course.
Stealthily leap over. Stealthily vault the cover.
Shadow.
My Mechadendrite as like a stabilizing, like how monkeys use their tails, right?
That's really cool.
Nice.
So it's optical, so it's probably not best use, but you know, make do. And then that's my turn, I believe. Can I say I'd like to start the next turn combat? Because with a surprise attack, you Target is also ambushed apparently. Starting.
Well, they're not going to be ambushed because they're already aware of the party's presence, but you will still get extra damage
Right.
when you do
So
attack.
that doesn't matter.
No mid-combat surprise rounds, I'm afraid.
Ah, god damn it.
Okay. In that case, let's see. Yeah, that mob can make it. All right. Well, they were originally going for the little one, but he's run away, so they running off that way together. Who attacks the Librarian, who I'm hoping is still listening. But he'll probably just stay suspiciously quiet when he has to take damage. Right, so they're going to attack him. His defense was 5, was it?
Yeah.
With his parry?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. However, it is still a big old hitty hit. I say big old hitty hit, it's not that bad. So we're going to shift those damages. We have 4 ED. Yeah. Ooh. It's brutal as well, so an extra 6 damage there. It's that old number again, isn't it? It's the magic 15. Everything that happens around this guy is 15. That's 15 damage, and unfortunately, that's also at AP 3. So that could be well, it could leave a mark.
That's gonna sting.
I don't know if my defense factors in my.
Your defense doesn't factor in any further because you've already been hit, but your resilience does.
1 second, let me check up.
I'm going to look at your character sheet.
Yeah,
While you're only half able to talk.
That's fine. It's 5 the armor, so it's 3. So 2 is up to 8.
5, you should definitely have more resilience than 5.
No, it's plus 5 from the. It's 11 total.
Okay. Yeah.
I got it. 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I can now move rooms. So 1 second. I'll be fully active again. Just give me.
So resilience 11. That's reduced to 8 by the armor penetration, meaning there is 7 damage left to roll determination for. Pretty spicy.
7.
Oh, if only there was some sort of apothecary in this party.
I can recover shock 3 at a time, but that it.
You can also, just a reminder, you can also spend your wrath points to recover shock at any time.
Yeah.
Can't remember how much. I think it's like 3+ rank or something. D3+ rank, it's something like that. You get a pretty decent amount for spending a wrath point.
Zephix can also do a blessing to restore everybody's shock at some point. But given that Roquefort is the only one that seems to be taking too much punishment at the moment.
A bit of bad luck, really, on the old Zoroastfried.
Bit of bad luck, bad karma, maybe. Right, I'm back.
Right, do me a determination test.
Yeah, that's my next course of action. Here we
7
go.
remaining damage.
Yeah. Right, determination. There you go. Oh, where is determination? There we got it. 5. Yeah, nice. Here we go. 5 of those bad boys. Oh, fuck's sake. Well, that's okay. It's 3. That's fine. So that's 4. It's not too bad.
Fuck's sake, I only got 4 out of 5.
Yeah, buddy.
So you take 3 points of damage and 4 points of shock.
Great. Oof.
Which, all things considered, could be worse.
Could be worse.
It is now initiative player, and I believe that's just you left to act there.
It is. I'm engaged with these people. They're in combat with me.
They sure are.
Ah, bastards. Well, and they're mobs. Both there were 3 mobs.
They are a mob.
Well, I want to multi-attack my 2 full swords finally, so I'm going to attack 2 mobs with 2 hits. Is that?
Well, you're only within range of 1 mob of 3.
Oh well, that's
so
really fucking awkward.
Yeah, you basically just don't really need to multi-attack in particular situation, unless you want to shoot at the
Well, I
other
wanna-
mob or something as well.
Well, I'd like to do some damage, so I'm gonna
Or
start.
you could use your force swords and multi-attack a psychic test. I think.
I beg your pardon. That sounds amazing. What do you mean?
I think you could do that.
Multi.
Multi-action.
That's multi-action. Oh, you say multi-action?
No,
Oh,
but maybe you couldn't because I don't know. Ollie, what do you think?
Well, multi-action must be. What must multi-action
What's
be?
it?
Not-
I reckon we could do a melee attack and a psychic test as well, just with the multi-attack sort of penalty.
What was that?
Maybe that's too many things.
Multi-action
Action. Just do actions.
plus 2 DN. I guess so.
You can't attack twice.
I'm-
I think
Yeah, I mean,
you can do combat action
else-
once, right?
yeah,
What else would it be? You know,
it would be another type of combat action. If that's
Does say you can't. Does say you can't attack. So
Yeah.
it's they're attacks, right?
Let's
That's next.
Let's-
Well, I'll go with. So only one of them attacked me that last round as well.
So this group of 3 attacked you as a little blob together. So these are all one entity.
Okay.
If you
But it's
attack
okay,
the mob, you're able to hit more than one of them. You don't need to multi-attack.
But it's just one thing I can attack. I can't. They're not two. Even though there's
they're one targetable enemy.
very confusing. But that's fine. I'm going to. They seem to drop. They seem like they're pretty spongy, or pretty easy, right? These guys are dropping. I'm just gonna go a bit of force. So I was gonna try and crush them, but that's probably better for a bigger target. So I will. Yes. I'm just double checking. I haven't done much else since. That's just more wounds.
So with multi-actions, it says you can attempt more than one combat action in a round. You can't take more than one attack action by using a multi-action.
So
But you could do a multi-action where you make one attack and one psychic test.
Yeah.
So
new fun game. If I was to use an ability that could affect a 14-meter straight line, could I
Yes.
shoot through these two and it would hit both mobs?
it certainly would seem so.
Might do that then. That seems fun. I'm gonna call on from my librarian discipline, the Fury of the Ancients. And yes, instant multi-target. So the legend, you manifest a monstrosity fought in your chapter's history and unleash the warp-born terror on your enemies. It's quite DN10. That seems quite high. The damage, I don't know. It's all fun, hey? Yeah, it only will do 2. Maybe it's not worth it because it says 2d3 mortal wounds, so it's really only hitting 2 enemies. It's probably not actually that much damage for like mobs. Right, but-
Well, when mobs are in a unit, they count as having 1 wound each. So potentially, this could be quite furious indeed.
It sounds fun. Why not? Let's have
Do it.
fun. Just DN10 seems really high.
Story of the ancients.
That's
Hey.
it. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I will take a willpower test.
You've got Wrath left, right?
I used 2 wrath. We haven't regenerated any since then, have we? Done anything particularly?
Use 2 wrath.
Yeah, I used 1 to do the narrative decision and 1 to do
Oh, yeah.
something else.
Your bad reroll that didn't work very well.
Yes,
Yeah, I missed it.
yes. But plus 1 XP for being really honourable and honest.
Yeah, sure. Plus 1 XP at the end of the session.
Brilliant. Can't wait for that. Oh, here we go. Oh, DN10 is quite high, isn't it? How am I ever going to get that?
You weren't far off.
No. Yeah. That's really high, DN10, for not a lot of... That is weird. Let me double check that, because that just doesn't seem very good. And literally, it hits, does just 2... All enemies on the line suffer 2d3 mortal wounds, but I guess if you had like 10 dudes in a straight line, but...
Yeah, it's like the highest
Yeah,
cost I've seen. I think the
That is weird, isn't it?
Why do they have to be special and have a 2D? Why not a 1D?
It's true. Yeah, DN10. What is something?
2d3 is
Yeah.
better averages than 1d6.
Statistically, it's slightly
That's
better.
weird. It's not even like cone. Is it? Anyway, fuck it. Well, look, it was all a trial. It's a terrible thing to have. I wish I'd never chosen it, but there we go.
Alas. If only
Alas.
you had those extra wrath points, but you already did some good stuff with them.
Well, one good thing.
So the Fury of the Ancients simply struggling to reach into the depths of
That's
this
it.
demon-infestive hellhole.
Yes, yes.
Right, that's all the players acted, so I'm going to quickly start shooting some heavy bolters at you.
No.
Because unfortunately there are some of those at the back.
Heavy blotters.
This is one for the heavy bolters in the back.
I didn't even see them.
Well,
Weird.
could have used your Orthodox.
Damn it, that's the most OP bit of war gear. Forgot.
Bollocks, isn't it? Right, heavy bolter, the first one. They're gonna split fire. They're gonna target each of you as some sort of equitable targeting protocol. So moving from left to right on my screen. That's Khulgu, definitely not a success. Davruse, 3. That's. Oh wait, you're stealthy, aren't you? So let's say that was at Khulgu as well then, which is unsuccessful. Oh, actually, Hammond, you're vulnerable. Was that -1 or -2?
-1, so 5.
Lucky. And then at Zephix, only. Ooh, yes, that's going to be 4. Defense 4, are you, Zephix? And that is a hit. So we'll roll damage on the heavy blotter. And that is going to be 14 damage at AP 1. They roll determination while the other one targets Roquefort. And it is a miss. Top of the round! Actually, no, these servitors. Top of the round!
Gone, Davruse.
Right.
Up, Davey.
From his stealthy position, I'm gonna take aim, call a shot on these heavy bolter motherfuckers.
I'll just inform you that these 4 down here are in heavy cover. So their defense is increased by 2 already. That affects your decision.
Take aim.
Yeah, you probably don't need the extra damage.
Yeah. Take aim.
Take aim.
Now, I've got 4 stunts. I'm adding that as extra dice to unaware targets. Does that mean they're unaware of me?
They're unaware of you, or at least they are unaware of your present location.
So would that talent? So it says add your stealth score as ED unaware target.
Yes, I think
That
while
works
you're
great.
stealth, that should count.
Yeah.
Nice. So that means guys. Yeah, right.
Was it to your attack roll before? All the damage.
It's ED, right? For Deadshot? No, Eliminator?
Eliminator.
Yeah, so it's just extra easy for your damage.
Just a regular hit roll then.
You get +1 for taking aim. I think, and +1 for your Mechadendrite, I think, as well.
+1 from the crosshair eye as well, reticent eye. It's like remembering everything. Hard.
Yeah.
There's so many little bits here and there.
Yeah.
I should have 6 extra dice. Right.
Was it 3 on the attack roll, and then you're getting 4 ED for the... Do I remember that right? ED has nothing to do with your attack roll. ED is
Right,
damage
okay.
after you've hit.
I think you're just +3 on your attack.
ED.
No, +3 to attack, because your scope and you're taking aim and everything.
I should have just taken a fucking axe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, well, take a Thunderhammer, mate.
Seems to work.
Yeah.
Okay. We're rolling.
We're rolling. All right, it's definitely a hit. Their defense is 5 while they're in full cover. You've scored 9 icons, so you can do the double shifty wifty.
Double that shift. Shift it.
Shift it, right. Are you gonna do the tried and tested 1 for glory, 1 for damage?
What damage?
All damage. All right. Let's figure out how much bloody ED you're gonna do again this time. What was it? 5 base plus your 4 plus 2 more. So you're 11 ED.
I'm so confused at this. It's all gone.
So, your base weapon ED. ED is rolled after you've scored a hit to see if you do additional damage. You've got base of 5 ED on your weapon, so you always roll an extra 5. You've gained another 4 from your stealth score. And then you've shifted 2 more through those glory points. So you've got a total of 11 dice in your ED dice pool.
Yeah.
So roll 11 dice.
Okay. My base should be 5, right?
Yes.
Yes, it adds 6 bonus.
Have a look at
I'm pretty sure we've done this right.
Yeah.
So you have rolled 4 plus an extra 2 for the 6s. A total of 6 extra damage on top of your base of, was it 10?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Then which servitor were you targeting?
The furthest left of
Westmost. Yeah.
Christmas.
Pinpoint shot. Servitor is slain as your galvanic rifle round penetrates its targeting cortex.
tasty.
Right, it is combat servitor's turn. Whoop. In they go. They're not smart enough. They don't know that he's going to completely fuck them up. They just see an intruder.
By the way, my stealth score was 4. I lose -5 firing a louder weapon, but it's silenced. That's -3. So I've got 1 stealth score. Does that mean I'm still in stealth?
Yes.
Let me check their passive awareness.
Okay.
Yes.
And the DN for that is my stealth score.
I suspect, unless they have a passive awareness of 0, which is unlikely, that you've now been revealed.
Okay.
Because if you had an extra point on your stealth score, you'd probably still be in stealth. Right, they're going to swing at the Terminator. Brother Sergeant.
My counterattack ready.
Yeah, well, they're not even really trying, if I'm honest. It's very half-hearted. Batteries are running low. Commence counterattack. So you've got
7.
7. Counterattack. I imagine it's just one sweeping strike.
Yeah, he just takes it on the very standard Astartes attack pattern. Take the hits on the shield, bash, swing.
And the ground around Khulgu is just, littered with servitor corpses. Initiative players.
Should be Roquefort, surely. It's his turn to
I would-
clear out the last of them.
I would say so. I'm going to go with just a force sword attack. Here we go.
This is round 2 we're on now.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I haven't acted yet either.
Lovely. That is
No.
4. Ooh, and a critty.
That's because you've got your lovely action economy going on.
I got
We
it.
eat,
Got it.
bro. Right, you've rolled 4 icons plus a success plus the Wrath critical.
Boom.
Rock out with your critty hitty table out. Roll your d66.
You got it. You got it to hand.
Yep, always.
25.
25. Ferocious rending. The attack shreds the opponent's flesh to ribbons, leaving them open to attack. Target suffers plus 1d3 wounds and is vulnerable.
Nice. Cool. Plus 1d3, so that is going to be 16 plus 4ed. Oh, terrible. It's just another 3, so that's 19 damage plus the...
In
what?
a flurry of blades, you slay all 3 servitors.
Lovely.
What's your signature move in this dual wielding?
I think it's the ingress again. It's all about the ingress.
Right, I'm not going to be asking you again. Devastating ingress.
Devastating.
Maybe
Maybe I'll do a bit of a Deadpool like twirly swords thing. You know, the old get them spinning.
Yeah. Right, one of the combat servitors. There's a kathunk, and the heavy bolter targets the chaplain.
Again?
Oh, there's one left.
Yeah, again. And what was your defense again? 4.
Oh,
Not successful. Initiative Khulgu Khan.
Not wanting to lumber halfway across the battlefield, Khulgu takes position in front of Davruse, slamming his storm shield. And if you'll permit me, I'll do a intimidation roll to take any aggro.
Yeah. We can do that. DN3.
DN3. Nailed it. And I'll shifty shift for glory, putting that up to 2.
Alrighty. Well, your...
Oh, actually, sorry. Could I do could I shift it to say, narratively, I intimidate them so much that they move out of cover?
Yes, why not? Yeah.
I don't know how he does that.
Well, he... I like to think. He bellows so loudly in his exultation for the Khan, amplified by his vox emitters, the sensory overload for the servitors, just confuses their arrays.
Yeah, target priority protocols.
And they trudge out into the open.
Nice.
And then all fire their heavy bolters at you.
I could take it.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, these guys suck. I feel like there's a... No, this is right. They're only supposed to have 4 dice, I think.
Yeah. They're quite good at killing Daryl's characters, but...
Yeah, that's how we do it. Right, none of them are able to score a hit on you. It's now top of the round. Initiative players. Finish them.
Go on, Davruse.
yeah. Sniper's time to shine.
You can do a multi-attack now, because they're out of cover.
You do that in finished.
Pretty sure, yeah.
Yep.
It just makes them +2 DN for every extra one.
Well, taking aim, I'm gonna raise my rifle against your shield, here on the side of it. Probably you're huge. Like a free beard and inspiration, I imagine.
Yeah. Probably like just between the raised shield and the raised hammer. Little gun sticking out.
Yeah.
Proper little boarding action tactics.
Threading the needle.
What to you? Right.
So the target's defense is 3. With your multi-attack, it becomes 5. And you've got +3 to your attack dice roll, which you may have added, hopefully, from that now.
And when I use my Princeps Limerick, I reduce the multi-action yen penalty by 1.
All right, then you only need a 4.
Yeah.
Nice.
But EDB now?
You're not
Get
stealth.
to ED later. Get on to ED.
Okay.
Just roll your hit, and then we'll do ED. Yeah, that's a roll. I mean, you could have shot all of them. Right, it's definitely a hit on both of them. You can shift both of your icons if you wish.
To glory!
Point of glory, point of ED then. How is the glory bank doing, team?
Up to 3 now.
The 3. Truly glorious.
Back up to 3 again.
Right, so roll your ED, which is going to be 5 your base plus the 1 that you shifted. No other bonuses this time because you're not stealth and you didn't do a cold shot.
Base.
So 6. Roll 6 dice.
I changed the ED to 6, right?
Yes. If it's easier, you can just roll dice and not use the character sheet mechanic for it. So it's up to you how you want to do it.
Well,
but
that's what
you...
was confusing me before, was the character sheet. Getting confused with web and then change.
Yeah.
It's very fiddly in this one.
Yeah.
But you've scored 3 points of extra damage, which is going to slay. Which 2 are you targeting?
The pair on the
pair, that makes sense. They are both slain by your
Pew.
precision fire.
You know when you see like pro FPS players, CS:GO or something, shots, they just like snapshot.
Yeah.
Like head. Davruse is.
I don't think Davruse would be out of place in Valorant.
As if he's got like some sort of aim hacks, you know. He's got an aimbot built in.
Yeah.
Damn.
Right, that leaves one servitor left alive who takes aim at the nearest target, which is Chaplain
Anthonai.
Zephix.
Yay!
He goes. Brap. It's 3 successes, which is insufficient to hit.
This is true.
Initiative players.
I'd like to crush. Wait, actually, are you planning to Davruse? You have planning to snipe this guy down here?
He's already taken his turn, so.
He's already had a go.
Okay. He seems to be more of a threat. I'm just checking my distance on this. I'm just seeing how far my crush ability is. It's 20 meters. Woo-wee! I'm gonna crush this dude.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Hey, you've had the perils of the warp yet. Don't want to load it, but
I did think about that being casual. It's fine. It's fine. Right, yeah.
my favourite table.
I'm not seeing a DN. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm not seeing a DN. Give me 1 second. That seems silly. Why would there not be a DN? That's not helpful. Come on, right. Oh, the word crush appears so many times in the. Oh, look, there is crush. Why is there no DN? That's bizarre. If there's no DN, what would be the?
Oh, but it's free. It just happens.
Yep. It says if successfully activated. So what?
Look at the shop.
Oh, DN. Sorry, the DN is the target's defense. There we go.
Yeah, so target's defense is 3.
Oh, that's pretty good. Cool. Okay, I'll do that then. Wonderful. So I'll cast a willpower against that. Psychic mastery against that. Sorry. Should be. Oh, hello. There we go.
Yes.
Boom.
All
So
right,
you
what's
can only.
what's the effect?
Yes, it is a fantastic 10 plus 1 ED damage. Ooh. So 10 damage. And if not destroyed, I guess must make a successful strength or willpower test or be restrained. Is the 10 damage enough to finish it, or?
It is unfortunately not. It is so very, very close to being dead.
All right, it needs to make a successful DN 5 strength or willpower test. Your choice will be restrained.
Okay. Nope. It was a good effort, but it's now restrained.
Oh, good
Yes,
effort.
it can't do anything on their turn except try to break free.
Oh, right. Players, somebody put this servitor out of its misery.
Khulgu can get out his plasma pistol. Unless Anthony wants to.
You go ahead.
Go on, Anthony. Oh, fucking
So
fine.
polite.
The gun's half out of its holster. Cool. Go for it.
It's another complication. This plasma pistol still has some gross goo on it, and it's only the four icons.
It's definitely going to be enough to kill the servitor. Roll me a combat complication.
It's hot.
Yeah. I didn't supercharge.
I'm not even going to action this. You don't fall prone. Slip on some goop. No. Okay, the servitor is eliminated. Now, at this juncture, I wish to ask how we are for time, because there's a bit more of a way to go, and I think I might need to give us a little fast-forward, skippity-boop streamline of the last... But depending on how long we have left will affect what we do next.
I think ending at 6 would be... Or
that's what I
6 to 6:30-ish, maybe.
Yeah, 6:30 is about as late as I can push it.
Okay. That's fine. So I'm just gonna streamline a couple of bits, but because I think the final battle will take a good chunk of that time. Not that there's necessarily a big battle at the end or anything like that. No spoilers, but these things sometimes go that way. So, after you have slain servitors, anyone remark on this situation? You find yourselves in a room with pillars emanating foul energies and a slaughterhouse and combat servitors.
Yeah, it's a weird combination of mechanics and psychics. So I don't know. Is there value in using my psychic mastery to investigate what has happened here, or perhaps use sign the essence? Right, that's the thing you can do. You can sense the presence of the warp, attempt to detect presence of the warp phenomena. Can I use my sign the essence to kind of check what's going on?
I think there is actually something. Okay, do me a DN3
Signiscience, not sign the essence. I assume that's against my psychic. Oh, I assume.
I assume so.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Oh, lovely. Our best roll so far.
So.
Although is that Perils?
It's a Perils.
What? For sakes.
Nah. Well, do you Perils on a Signiscience?
It seems a bit mean, doesn't it? But it is technically it is a psycho ability. Oh no, it says literally their sign essence cannot trigger the Perils of the Warp.
That's good to know for you. It's a shame for me because I love
Right
the table.
enough,
Okay,
right.
so you tapping into the warp, you are fighting through the mire of dark, sticky thoughts, sort of horrible and putrescent. But the focus of this putrescence is the pillars, unsurprisingly. But you can infer from the flow of the warp that these pillars are channeling pillars, and they are collecting the forces of death energy and sending it deeper into the facility. You don't know why.
Do they seem like pillars that could be disrupted or destroyed? That would.
They are put together by. They're really, really big, but they are put together by a sort of ramshackle collection of things, body parts and corrupt materials and just all sorts of stuff. So if you wish to destroy them, you may have a go.
Well, my fellow squad, from my learnings and understandings, these pillars seem to be emanating dark energy deeper down. If we intend to descend further, we might disrupt some of the more malign elements below if we were to damage or destroy these pillars now. He says, kind of lightly tossing a frag grenade in his hand. If you're with me,
Zephix immediately just sort of nods to this and says, the level of corruption in this facility is so obvious. We're on a mission of destruction at this point. Might as well start now.
is there? Do they look like load-bearing pillars, or is it more just like
They're not load-bearing pillars so far.
Cool.
As you can tell.
Okay, good.
Okay, so if you want to attempt to destroy the pillars, there are several ways you can do it.
Lovely.
If you have melt bombs or crack grenades or
grenade.
similar weapons, you can use those. If you have powerful melee weapons, a weapon able to do at least 15 damage with an AP of at least 3.
Oh, that's like a thunderhammer.
You may attempt to break them down by hand.
I can do both.
But that would come with a warning, perhaps something Roquefort has, understood from his Psyniscience. That attempting to interact with these pillars, your corporeal form, would carry great risk.
Wait, attempting to interact with your corporeal form. Means that like
that was not a breadcrumb. That was just me.
Your words.
Me talking.
Okay, cool.
Touch pillar, probably bad.
Yeah, well, the assumption was that yes, there's obviously energy stored within that.
Yeah.
I think Khulgu already corrupted by the pillars, a bit uneasy in his mind. He's happy to lob a crack grenade at one of the pillars. Let us bring down these monstrosities.
Absolutely. Should we do it at range?
Anything to weaken our prey.
Is there where's the exit from this room? Should we just stand in the doorway and just lob grenades, or should we?
So there's one exit, and opposite side you came in.
Cool.
So all the way to the bottom of the chamber.
To the Bridge of Khazad-dûm?
So now I will just have to speed this up a little bit. So, how many melter bombs and crack grenades do you have between you?
I have crack grenades.
Yep, same.
I have a melter gun, and I will stand in front of the pillar and shoot it with the melter gun.
Sounds like you need a blast weapon there, right?
Can I
Yeah, so it's weapons are not effective at removing it in a really timely manner, but with the bombs you're able to put them in strategically, structurally important positions. So bombs will be of more use. If you each wish to contribute one of your heavy or special weapons, you will be able to do enough damage to destroy one of the pillars.
Each or
Total.
Oh, okay.
You can tell from assessing that to bring down all of these pillars is going to require far more ordnance than you have with you.
Okay. I couldn't do a melter bomb on one as well.
You could, but it may not do enough damage to.
Okay.
My foresword can do over 15 damage and has -3 AP. Are we talking about doing multiple attacks here?
You may also choose to attack one of the pillars with your melee weapons. At risk to your health.
Yes, at great personal risk. But what is heroism if not sacrifice?
Indeed.
Roquefort steps forward.
Okay. Roquefort's going to be big and brave.
Oh yes, always.
Khulgu will help Roquefort.
Okay.
Bash down the second pillar.
Not wanting to be shown up.
Yeah.
By one of the absolvers.
Yeah.
Okay. So you make your attacks. So the charges are set on one of the pillars. You make your attacks. Firstly, if the pair of you could make me a DN10 corruption test, please.
Oh, jeez.
As soon as your weapon cuts
hell.
into the pillar,
Christ.
twisted, decaying energy courses through you.
Really should take some abilities to defend from corruption, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I've got
I
loads
saw him
of...
and thought, nah, that's no fun. I thought,
I've got loads of resolve, but corruption,
all right.
conviction.
I think I remember it was 6, right? I keep
Well-
remembering this thing, I should know now.
Khulgu made a mistake.
6. Here we go.
If you guys survive this adventure, there's going to be problems for the Inquisition to deal with, basically.
Oof, that's a bad roll.
Okay.
That's a
So
bad roll.
yeah, whatever less than 10 successes you got, that's how much corruption you take. Now, with this agonizing corrupt energy coursing through both of your veins,
God, that was...
you will require a DN8 willpower test to fight through the pain for long enough to complete the destruction of the pillar.
Is there anything I could have added? Could I use any wrath? I don't know, any glory to help with that roll?
The corruption one.
Yeah, but
If you wish to use the party's pool of glory so that you take less corruption, be my guest.
you're talking like 1
Hey,
corruption.
don't do that.
They don't do that.
That's right.
Quite a
Don't
low
do that.
willpower score you've
No.
got there, Khulgu.
Yeah, I'm not much of a... I mean, I got a decent amount, but yeah, I got 4, but obviously DN8.
Yeah.
DNA,
Roquefort.
Jesus Christ. No, it's not good either.
This is what we get for being heroes
I
of the
know.
Imperium.
I'm sorry.
Despite
I'm sorry I didn't.
What was
I
that?
was going to say I should have said it at the time, but Zephix absolutely would have tried to smash this down with his craziest as well.
Well, certainly when the other two were at it.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
may do the same then. A DN10 corruption test and a DN8 willpower test.
It's high, isn't it?
I should have remembered from the last tier 3 mission in this series that there are so many.
Everything's a trap.
It's like, do you want to do this? Just say no. Just say no.
We use a trap. I just didn't think it would be that high.
Yeah, I feel like you were warned this time.
Yeah, I just you don't think like it's going to be unpassable.
Personal risk you may attempt.
Yeah, a risk, not a certain failure.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not taking the corruption if you still manage to
Well,
get it. But then to
Chaos
have a
Spawn is a significant personal risk.
Zephix rolls 3 icons on the conviction test.
Okay.
Couple of
So
6s
that's
there.
good. You take, or you only take 5 points of corruption, which is good for you. And then a DN8 willpower test, please.
I am level 2 contaminated. Just
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing if that's enough to make us get weird mutations yet.
Ooh, I never got any
Oh,
of them.
what an incredible roll. Zephix, if you want to spend
wow.
your wrath, you only need 2 more icons. It's like 50-50-ish odds, but
I
one is
would
level
like to
2,
spend my
2
wrath
more.
to roll 2 more dice, and if they both
well,
succeed.
yes, because your wrath die. Yeah, you've got two fails in there.
Oh yeah.
Use the odds.
There's just one wrath to reroll 2 dice. Yeah.
It's no,
Yeah.
well, he's got. There's actually 2 failed dice in there. One on the regular pile and one the wrath die also.
Right. Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay, so I've got to spend
One
2
wrath, 2 dice.
1 wrath, 2 dice.
The old famous video.
Ah!
He's done it. He's only got it. Done it.
He's toppled it.
Right. Zephix,
Wow, that's incredible.
the conviction of him on terror, aiding you in fighting through the pain, hacking with your Crozius at the pillar. Is he silent in his work, or is he
Certainly not.
screaming litanies?
Bellowing out high Gothic prayers of adulation and calling upon the Golden Throne to give him strength through the pain. Or, no, not to give him strength through the pain, but to give him more pain. Give me all the pain.
So,
Take the pain from them and give it to me.
you succeed in tearing down this foul icon to chaos. Now, if you could just make me a DN20 corruption test, please.
Oh my god.
Shit.
Who's supposed to be on this mission? Like, fucking the
Yeah,
Emperor himself.
All right.
Some things you're just not supposed to touch.
I've got a 3.
All right, that's 4.
Yeah,
You actually
4.
only take 15 points of corruption.
A mere 15 points, putting me to a total of 20 points of corruption.
I think we all need to roll mutation tables.
I'm level 3 tainted.
You know, if we had time for mutations, we should be. If you wish to look up and roll them in the meantime, go for it. I'm gonna have to scoot us on a bit. So, Roquefort's not here, but I think probably all of you can sense, though, even not being psychically attuned, you can feel a great diminishment in the awful waves of energy emanating in this room. So you don't know necessarily what this will have achieved, but you can certainly be satisfied that you've disrupted some sort of machination. Moving on from this chamber, you come across a previously triple sealed blast doors with messages carved into the walls in front of you that read, "Turn back, there are no heroes buried here. There is no treasure here, there is only death. Bury this place deep, there is only death here." Naturally, you proceed. The doors have been cut open, blasted, cut, and destroyed, and combat servitors manning the entrance have also been destroyed by what you recognize as the signature weapons, the arch heretics. As you enter this mysterious chamber, you are confronted by a most unpleasant sight. So,
Oh no, an Absolvers.
this chamber is 30 meters in diameter, its sides scarred by bolter and plasma fire. An adamantine plinth dominates the center, a suit of power armor enthroned atop it. 12 power-armored figures stand before the plinth, their hands folded on their chests and their weapons by their sides. Their power armor bears the livery of the Absolvers, but is marked with acidic burns and deep slashes and signs of rapid corrosion. Among the dead are a captain and a librarian. Within the armor, only skeletons. You also find a data slate.
Nice.
Which reads, "Our vile enemy could not resist the possibility of capturing the virus bombs, and now the beast is imprisoned within the living body of one of our most venerated battle brothers, Captain Antimonus, the hero of Volcaris. Many brothers fell battling the demon, including Captain Oris and Librarian Trant. But Botuthrax Clostidia is no longer free to unleash its pestilence on the Gilead system. Battle brought the hive down atop us, and there is no prospect of rescue. We will secure the area and activate our Suz-An membrane. We have the satisfaction of knowing that we have kept our oaths. Our great enemy is here with us, imprisoned for all time."
Not anymore.
So, well, I'm afraid we have to skip a bit of the investigation. The captain is throbbing with vile energies. Botuthrax is still contained within this captain's body. You know better than to disturb it. However, the 5 battle brothers who survived and were put into their comatose Suzanne sleep are no longer here, and you can see signs of removal. As you discover the mention of Botuthrax Clostridia, you receive an automated transmission. Oaths of vengeance have been sworn against the demon Botuthrax Clostridia. Chapter protocol unceasing vigilance activated. Use of orbital vortex bombs authorized. Repeat, use of orbital vortex bombs authorized.
Right.
Moments later, another voice addresses the agents via their voxes. This is Lord Militant Teleria Philemon. Under no circumstances, I repeat, under no circumstances will I permit a vortex strike on Tora Armis. Acknowledge. Does anyone acknowledge?
It's a loaded question.
Wait, so that was 2 live communications.
So, what's happened is you have triggered an automatic response deep within the Absolvers chapter history. As soon as record was made of their ancient enemy Botuthrax Clostridia, a chapter protocol activated. However, Lord Militant Teleria Philemon has been monitoring your progress on this. He has accessed your Voxnet as well. Now, as you're responding, silently, a third voice cuts in. This is Company Captain Menon of the Absolvers. The Lord Militant has no authority over the Adeptus Astartes. Lord Militant, this is no longer your fight and no longer your decision. Brothers, Fury's Blade is standing by for vortex deployment at your request. If the Lord Militant makes the transmission. You are redirected by chapter command to descend into the vault, find and destroy whatever is occurring. Following the signs of the removal of the bodies, you enter into a vast underground chamber.
Ooh.
I need to copy you over.
Who's that nerd?
Who's that nerd indeed?
Yeah.
Actually get your tokens. Yeah. So
He's a looker.
that I just brought over a servitor as well.
I cut off his head.
I don't know where you're supposed to have entered from.
Ah.
I was going to say that you've entered down here somewhere. It's quite a big chamber.
It's quite big.
Bottom left is a skull carved into the rock.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
It's
you
quite far.
descend into this deep pit.
Can we have the map in meters, please?
Can't you translate your head?
Yeah, you're. Aren't you old enough to think in feet?
Oh God, no. Nautical miles. That's all I do. Knots and
Hands.
knots and
I'm
light
measure by
years.
handspans only.
Exactly.
So, as you make your way into the mines, you are contacted by none other than the one you've been seeking. Your vox begins to emit a static, intermittent hiss. A voice wheezes in your ears, speaker struggling for every breath. Quite a long text box, so... Absolvers,
You are fortunate to have come this far. You will be here at the end and at the beginning. I am ready to leave this life, this long war, and ascend to fight a greater battle. I am bound for the realm of life and plenty. Come and watch. I have Sergeant Valance here with me. And 4 of his lackeys, they've been sleeping at their posts for millennia. A poor way to keep the oath, I think. They won't ever wake. They'll help me onwards. Final offering from this life before I ascend. I've killed so many of your kind. The Emperor's war has made fratricides of us all. Did you find Botchathrax? Did you see what they'd done to it? The honorable Absolvers deceived it, ambushed it, locked it in a cage and starved it. It was once so full of life and bounty. It renewed so many worlds with Father's gifts.
Does anyone respond?
I've learned
intense.
not to respond to demonic voices. Might be metagaming, but Khulgu wouldn't entertain it.
No. No one responds.
I'm afraid I can tell you the reason why Zephix doesn't respond. And that's that he has transformed into a demon-like entity.
What?
I've been rolling several rolls over the last few minutes. Because he went up 3 different corruption levels and failed his conviction test on each time. On the 3rd, so I got echoes and then I got grotesque. So he was the first one. He's like phasing backwards and forwards in time all the time, just a little bit, and that just did some minor things with the wrath dice. And the second one he got, I had to re-roll on the. No, the second one was grotesque. So he grows like some weird limbs or some horns or things that make him disgusting and bad at social chats. And then the third one was supposed to be another minor mutation, but then I got the number that says re-roll on the severe, and then I rolled 64. And 64 plus is the walk made manifest. You are transformed into a demon-like entity. You begin to recognize an inherent ability to overcome reality, impacted by the amount of corruption that now flows through you. You gain wings, weirdling, and horns, spines, fangs, or claws. You must roll 2 additional mutations, re-rolling on the severe mutations table if you roll the Warp Made Manifest a second time. So you see, as you enter this chamber, and perhaps as this as yet unnamed Heretic Astartes character is talking, and his words are sort of like reverberating in Zephix's helmet, which is already a little bit misshapen. You saw as you were walking down here. You just get like a rising kind of tide of pain and maybe giggling comes from Zephix's helmet.
Oh no.
And then just every part of his armor splinters and explodes at the same time. And massive demon wings sprout out the back of him. Great big, like, crab claws from either side. And weirdling as well. I don't know what that does. I don't know. It doesn't say specifically how this changes my character's motivation. I'll look into that.
I'll leave that up to you for now.
The rest of the party might want to react. I don't know.
Weirdling means you become a psyker.
So, here's how we'll do this. So, this can occur in just a moment, I think, for it to make sense.
Okay.
So, as you enter into this vast mine, you can see 3 metal conductors presumably the counterparts to the pillars that you destroyed. Space around the one that still functions is twisted and distorted. Black slashes of nothingness breaking through reality and coalescing into unholy, impossible shapes. At the end of the cavern, where you see what you can only assume to be Chaos Lord you have been seeking, identified now by Fury's Blade as Putradyne Corporis. He clutches a vast power maul and stands in front of an altar, and laid upon the altar are the bodies of 5 Absolvers Space Marines. As you look on, Putradyne Corporis raises his power maul above his head, brings it down upon each of them. Blood gushes from their armor. Putradyne's hollow voice, artificially amplified, echoes around the chamber.
Behold, grandfather, I have brought you gifts. 5 sons of the false emperor. He has fallen. I shall rise.
And a rip in space and time appears behind the altar. A gash in reality through which you glimpse another realm. It is a realm of endless decay, death, and rebirth. As you watch, forests wither and are consumed by parasites, their matter broken down and transformed into billions of larvae that mature, fly, and die in the space of seconds, only for newer, stranger masses of vegetation to spring forth from their rich mulch.
Hell yeah. It's the Garden of Nurgle.
A path of filth leads from the altar into this nightmare landscape. As Putradyne sets foot on the path, it is clear his journey is more than physical. Every step costs him huge effort. Beyond the boundary, thousands of tiny creatures are waving and cheering. Among the crowd, one-eyed demons look on, recording every moment of Putradyne's progress toward the realm of chaos. On the farthest horizon, something as vast as a mountain range shifts and turns its attention. Struggling figure of the traitor.
Grandfather.
So, text box is over. Here's how this encounter works. Putradyne Corporis has opened a path to the Garden of Nurgle. He attempts to make his way there. If he makes his way to the Garden of Nurgle, he will ascend to demonhood. The path, Garden of Nurgle, will be completed, and Tora Armis will become a plague worm. All of its inhabitants die. You can do what you like. You can address this however you like. But you should be clear. It's very important that you stop him.
The note. All else fails, is Exterminatus an option?
Not a full exterminatus, but the vortex bombs have been authorized, and you should be aware that you can call them down at any time, destroying the spire of Tora Armis and killing everyone in the Hive City. However, that may be cost paying.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't even. I think Mikey and I need to roll for corruption as well, but I feel like.
So, and then Zephix turns into a fucking spawn. Or whatever.
Not a spawn. Not a spawn.
So it's just a
I
regular
retain
sort of
control.
demonic entity of some sort.
Yeah. Basically a demon prince, more or less. Or, well, more like a possessed.
Yeah,
like
possessed, yeah.
Hated Marine.
Yeah.
Right. So, better crack on with this. So, Putradyne steps onto the path. As he leaves, he glances back at you, shouts words of disgusting power, and summons.
Yeah.
7, of course, plague bearers to guard the way. And with that, It's time to go.
Is that an
Initiative
actual?
players.
Is that an actual cliff or is it decorative? Okay, I think Khulgu says, "Tech priest, clear the path for me," and he takes his action to go as fast as possible. Okay, that's my turn done.
A plague bearer steps forward to meet you. Ah, fuck, I'm not gonna plague bearer, she's plague bearer swings at you. Ah. It's not a hit.
A counter attack.
Oh yes, of course.
Oh, we'll need to roll damage for these guys. So that is 7, 8, 9, 10. What's their defense? 5, was it?
Yeah, 4 with their parry. I just need to copy different ones over because these haven't got the HP track.
I will. Yeah, I'm going to shift them all for damage. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 16 is 25.
25 damage. Heck, okay. Nope, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much? 24, you say?
20. Hang on. What did I say? It was.
I don't know. What did you say?
It was 8 plus 60. Yeah, 8 plus 60. No, wait. Damn it. Maybe you made me forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 plus 16. 25.
Okay. How many sixes are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah! Just enough. This plague bearer is slain.
Bled.
By your ferocious counter attack, and then I put 1 extra back. Okay, initiative players. Oh wait, it's not initiative players. No, it is. It is. That was a counter attack.
Wait, no, yes, it is. It is. With us.
Oh yes, I'm just checking.
I would like to request that maybe what happened, given that Zephix was undergoing whatever transformation he was undergoing, while this softening of the veil was happening and this machinery was about to open a portal, that maybe other powers in the warp also had an opportunity to look in and try and get their own little wiggle in the game. Saw that Nurgle was about to get a powerful new demon and went, hey, let's stop that. And so Siege, who really hates Nurgle, is the one who's reached his funny little talon in through the hole and gone, Zephix, you're going to be my little instrument now. So Zephix is going through kind of mental transformation right now, where he's still partly a servant of the Emperor and increasingly a tool of Siege, but knows that these horrible Nurgle demons in front of him need to die. There you go, it has that for narrative justification. And will therefore fly using his brand new wings directly into the nearest plague bearer, smash him into mini pieces.
Oh, possessed Chaplain must look fucking mental.
Yeah, don't you think when the Chaplain becomes possessed, we suffer, like, our termination?
I mean,
it's reasonable to assume.
I feel like we're all condemned now at this point.
Yeah, I feel like it's much of a muchness at this stage.
Heretic.
Yeah. So the quickly mutating and self-corrupting Crozius Arcanum swings around and smacks this plague bearer upside the head. Oh,
The sixes.
Oh,
it is
tasty.
all the sixes.
All right. Well, you'll be able to shift all of those up, maybe. Hang on. You got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 successes. It's you can shift 2.
Sick. I'll shift them both for damage because I don't have mental control over that anymore. That's as it is. So we get 2 extra. There we go. Yeah. Bonus dice damage roll. 2.
fact you're a word, like you're a psycho now as well, also plays into
Mm.
6 ED there, very nice.
Yum. So
What total damage of?
19 damage with AP -2.
Right. 3.
Oof.
Okay, this
6,
plague
6.
bearer just survives. So, initiative Putradyne Corporis. Most of his attention is focused on ascending to the Garden of Nurgle. But he does turn and point his plague-touched combi flamer at Khulgu Khan. Putradyne, let's look at your character sheet.
So what is it, like smelly flame? Plagued flamethrower?
Or like a plague spitter.
Flame.
So, he's going to make an attack with that. Oh, no, pick that.
Flame of Nurglus.
Alright, it's 6, 7, 8, 9 successes. So he's going to shift 2 for ED. Alright, can you shift 2? No, he can't shift 2, he can only shift 1, can't he? He shifts 1, and then he spends a point of ruin to add tier to his ED for all attacks this round. So that's going to be +4. He's got 2 on the thingy, so it's going to be 4. Alright.
Oh yeah, I remember Chaos Space Marines.
Well, it's a pretty naff roll. So it's actually quite low base ED. It's not going to do enough damage to you to pierce your armor. However, you are now on fire with filthy plague flame.
What the plague flame?
That's all it'll do for now.
Is an action? Oh no, I have to roll. No, it is an action to put myself out, right?
I think so. And it's you take 1d3 mortal wounds at the start of your turn.
I
I
remember.
miss it so
Initiative
much.
players.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a crack grenade in this back pocket up here. I'm trying to avoid everyone, so I need your 7, so I need to be like here-ish. Yeah, I'm going to go, and it's going to hit everyone. Yeah, it's going to hit everyone apart from... Oh, goodness me, here we go. It's going to get all these guys. There's a place that is 6 meters at the back there that I can lob it to behind them. It's going to hit all those guys.
Alright.
Go.
Make a ballistic test. It's a DM3 ballistic skill test to throw
Yeah. Here we go. Should be doable, he said. Optimistically. That's pretty good ballistic skill. But that's fun. You pretty can. Pretty nice.
Volume down a touch, I think.
Nice. So that's pretty simple. That's in the
All right.
bucket.
Okay, what's the damage?
It must be on a crack grenade. That was, I think, already gone.
14 plus
It's
5.
14 plus 5 ED with minus 2 AP.
14 plus how much ED?
5 ED.
5 ED. All right, roll your EDs.
Here we go.
Ew.
That's yours. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
18 damage on all of this lot, eh?
Yeah, nice.
All right. I've got to
Minus
roll
2 AP,
fucking-
although I don't think the AP helps against them.
It will affect Corporis.
Okay.
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
there you
4, 5. So I've got to roll 5 of these.
Paris.
You think you guys are having to do a lot of fucking arithmetic today? Okay, so 1. He only ignores 1. He's going to take. You do 1, 2, 3. You're going to take. And then, okay. So, all right, that's there. Oh wait, and then needs to do Corporis as well. Right. Very good grenade, sir. And then Putradyne. He's resilience 14. So the total damage, what was it? 18 again.
18.
18. So 14 becomes 12 with the AP. So 6 damage goes through, but he still rolls resilience. And ignores determination. 1, 2, 3 of those. So he takes 3 damage.
Well, it's just a grenade, I suppose. There's my opening shot. You know.
Can't reach his. Oh. Should be on. All right. Lovely grenade. Very good. Very good. Putradyne. He aims his flamer at the demon thing this time, doesn't he?
I've got a name wrong.
Confused, but furious. He can probably tell this is the machinations of another.
Yeah, Chaos God.
Chaos God. So he goes shooty shoot. He rolls well again. 6, 7, 8 against target's defense of 4, I believe. So he's going to shift both. So it's got to be 6. Wait, 8 ED. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, so its total damage is going to be 13. At no AP.
No AP. It's only 2 coming through. Fucking lost in this.
And you're on fire.
Just
In the meantime, Agent turn.
Go on, Davruse.
Gonna stealth.
Yeah, take it all on press. Chuck.
That roll.
5. And a complication somehow. We'll just skip over that one.
This rock here, is that gonna be
We can say half cover. Let's call it a boulder.
this
Rather than a
one
sort of
or
big
this
pillar.
would be
A boulder.
I think you could take full cover behind the big pillars.
that should be my turn.
If you wish.
Can't do anything. I've done my combat action.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to get in there, and that means I can just do all these playgoers in one go, which is good for everyone. All right, 3 plague bearers attack the newfound demon in their midst.
I really need to roll my other 2 mutations. I forgot about those.
Sure do.
I'm not even bothered rolling the corruption tests at this point.
Oof, that's good rolls.
Ooh, okay, so your defense is 4, right?
Yeah, assuming none of these mutations change that down or upwards. So let's say, yeah, 4.
So the first one deals 12 damage. The second one gets 2 EDs. No, just 1 ED. No. Yes, an extra 2 ED. So. Oh. That one's going to do 15 damage to you. And the last one is going to get 1 ED.
Alright, stress test on the first one against only 1 coming through. So, yeah, that's shock.
My brain's starting to shut down. Okay, so you've received a 12, a 13, and a 15 damage hit.
Okay, so the 12 already did, and I took the 1 through as shock. 13, 2 coming through as shock. 2 coming through. I can take them both as shock. And the 15 you said for the third one?
Yep. And then I'm just going to crack on and do the next 3 against the big boy.
Take 1 shock.
Who is simply determined to never take a hit.
The second
however,
one does.
There is 1 hit.
Yeah.
1 hit. Be lucky to do any damage. So it can't actually do enough damage to you with that many wrath. I was it could with 3d6. Roll 3 6s.
Oh, close.
Well, actually, what's that? That's an extra 5 damage, which takes it up to 16, which is not enough, is it?
Combat. Resilience is 15.
Ah, haha!
I take my first point of damage.
You can still roll determination.
Yeah. Yeah, so I take a point of Shaku.
Okay. Top of the round. Let's go, go, go.
Alright, I will multi-attack. Well, actually, let me do a multi-action. I'll do an athletics test to put myself off fire. Which is fine, but I take the D3 mortal wounds, right?
Yes, you will take those.
Just the one there, Beard.
Go on.
So I'm not on fire anymore, and then I use my second action to do a attack. That should hit with a 5/6. And then the damage. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 extra damage. That's just not 21.
21. That will definitely slay this one.
Oh, good. Oh, because they've been grenaded.
Yes. Not going to bog us down with too many more determination rolls. Just the only bloody downside of a Nurgle adventure.
Yeah.
Okay. Putradyne continues ascension. Path godhood.
Stop mutating, Zephix.
Come on.
Don't listen to the Zinch god.
As Putradyne continues to ascend, rocks start to fall from the seeding, as reality is being disrupted.
I would like to go next if possible.
You may, but as you do, a massive chunk of rock falls down, and I'm going to roll this, see who it lands on, because otherwise I'll get complained at.
This is the way.
I'm going to get complained at. Because it falls down on Roquefort, who is the fourth person on my screen.
But as you know, obviously being called Roquefort, that makes me use rocks.
Yeah,
one of the
Roquefort on
rules.
Roquefort sounds like a great book. You take.
Oh no.
There's only one actually. You take 13 damage from the rockfall.
That's okay.
Severe one.
Can I parry that? Does it count? That counts.
Parry
right?
this.
It's on there. Wait,
He says to the boulder that falls on him.
AP -2, you say?
Yeah.
5. Wait, no, it's defense doesn't matter, does it? Because it's a hit.
Look, we all wanted it to fall on the Terminator. I know. We all did, but the dice said no.
Say again. 11. Wait, say again. 14 AP -2, did you say? Or was it?
14 AP minus. 13 AP -2.
13. Resilience 11, that's down to 9. It's 5. Okay. That's fine. Still quite a lot.
Yeah. Now, do take your turn.
I got to make determination first. Hold on. Okay, 3. Okay, get the mostly shot. Good. That's all the shocks. That's fine.
Alex is doing shenanigans in the background.
Oh, it's just this. I rolled my 2 extra mutations. The first one was boring. It's just dark visions. Second one is I've turned into a shark.
That's great.
It's aberrations.
Well worth the giggle.
Now I've got the big crab claws I described before, plus wings, and all my hairs come off, and my skin is rough to the touch. I've grown gills, and my jaws have expanded and filled with massive fangs.
Nice.
Yeah.
Better days.
What are you doing, Mikey?
Yeah, I'm going to use Crush on the big man because this should restrain him and hopefully stop all this shenanigans. Is the thought process. Let's see if it works. Here we go. Crush. Clamp an invisible force. Target's defense is.
Oh, sorry, that was a question. I was.
Yes.
I was reading stuff. The target's defense is 4.
Yeah. Okay. It's not too bad. Sorry, 1 second. Soon. Sorry, I should play down. I think. Dinner. Soon. Yeah. Cool. 4. Lovely. That's great.
Soon.
Skills. Attributes. Skills. Psychic mastery. Let's do this. Oh.
Uh-oh.
No, it's all good.
Yay!
Aerials.
Roll the table.
Oh, that's not good.
We'll do the effect of your.
I was like, I passed. What do you? Was I passed? What do you was that, Ray? I passed it. What are you doing?
Okay. So what's the damage?
Right. So first of all, it's not the most impressive damage, which wasn't really what I was going for, to be honest. It's just 10 plus 1 ED.
You've not earned a wrath point back by now.
Remind me what I would have done by now. I would have either done something brutal.
Did you do anything super awesome? You did try to parry a boulder.
This is true.
Have a wrath point.
You can't re-roll a pair on the wall, right?
You can't re-roll the perils dice, but you could re-roll your damage dice.
Well,
You could roll your 6, 7 failed dice.
But no, I've hit, so it's fine. It's
I
happened.
thought oh, okay.
Yeah, it's all good. It happened, and it's done. It's done most it could do, which is normal damage. So it's done 11 damage, but that doesn't even. But the important thing is he must take a successful DN5 strength or willpower test to be restrained. That's what I'm going.
Okay, he will take a strength test.
God, has he got 20 strength?
No, only 9. What was the DN5?
Oh bugger!
That is he actually gets 6 successes there. So he is unfortunately not restrained by your efforts.
Or hurt.
To ascension.
Well, that was pathetic.
But he's annoyed.
Okay, great.
Right, it's
Can I ask if when you're rolling for the boulders, is there any reason why it wouldn't be rolling for the enemies as well, considering it's pretty random for the ceiling?
you can ask.
I'm asking.
Oh,
Just for
you
any
want me
future.
to have to answer.
No, I'm saying any future boulders. I'm just, if it's random boulder falling.
So it's a ruin action that the
so
DM can spend to drop things on the players.
Fair enough. All right, fine. I'll let you off.
Right, it's DN. I'm just going to do these two plague areas together on old impenetrable shield Khan.
A counterattack.
Well, okay, yes, I bet you do. I'll just do the one then, and then the other one will probably be slain.
Yes.
So, yeah. Oh no! The attack bounces off your shield.
Boing. Splat.
Wing flip.
All right.
I
How much
didn't even
damage is that
shift.
gonna be?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, plus 16, 23.
That's going to be enough to slay another one.
And our bank of glory, so we're at 4.
All right, initiative players.
I haven't decided on what name the Changer of the Ways has bestowed upon his new cat paw yet. But whoever it is does a multi-attack. Is that even a good idea? Because she's made the DN on each successive target too high. And they ignore most damage anyway, don't they? It's not a mob, right? These are 3 individual enemies.
Not mobs.
See.
Don't forget the all-out attack action as well.
Yes.
Plus 2 dice.
These ones that you're fighting, they are... Though they don't seem to be too bothered by it, there are limbs missing and great gouges and shrapnel wounds on them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do an all-out attack then.
All right. So target's
Which-
defense is 6, 4, which will be increased to 6 to hit them both.
Sure. But I get 2 extra dice. Excuse me. If I use the claws that Tzeentch gave me instead of my Crozius Arcanum, can I have a bonus?
What sort of bonus do you think you should get?
A bonus of divine enmity between the chaos. It doesn't matter. I will use the claw anyway, because why not? I'll attempt to. It's exactly the same stats. By chance, as the Crozius. Oh, actually, it's not. It's half the ED. Fuck it, I'll use Crozius. Yeah. Swing. Oh, I need 2 more dice, don't I? So I'll roll 2 more dice.
That's only 5 successes.
Ooh, so I have to spend a wrath to re-roll all those many failures. So I mean 7 failures.
Failure.
Whoop. That's more like it.
There we go.
That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and actually we're brutal. I forgot we were brutal.
Brutal's on your damage.
It's only a damage thing, isn't it?
So you're going to be able to shift, what was that, 3 or 4, I think?
I think it's 4.
Yeah. Alright.
So we'll shift all of them for dams. Yeah, so that's 8 ED then. Swing. Shit. Okay.
It's brutal
So
though.
it's
So.
Two. And this is brutal. So there's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 extra damage. So it's 20 damage. AP -2.
These 2 are slain
Nice.
by your rending claw Crozius flurry.
Wow! Playing things!
Right, there's one left to attack who's going to attack you. Ooh, hello. So that is going to be 5, 6, so he's going to get a shift. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to... just the 12 damage.
On me.
On you.
Whatever my name is now. One of those goes through, so I've got no shock left to take. Does that mean I'm exhausted, by the way?
If you take any more shock than your total, become exhausted.
Okay, that has not happened. So.
Okay, player turn. Davruse?
Yes, right. Davruse is going to take aim rifle on Corpus.
Putradyne Corporis.
Cold piss.
So disgusting he should not be named. Make a cold shot as well. Oh,
alright.
The DM, where would that cold shot be?
Where would you like for it to be?
I picture it. I find it hard picturing a weak point on him.
Well, the head's usually a good shout, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. Go for that. So surprise attack. Not surprise attack, but I'm doing from stealth.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god.
What the bollocks was that?
You got wrath left?
Yeah, I'm gonna use my wrath.
You better have a wrath point. That's embarrassing.
You're re-rolling 16 of that 18.
Fucking hell.
Some fucking sniper.
Oh, you should. I know you've bought some Warhammer, but I'm thinking perhaps you should take it back because it doesn't bode well for you.
Yeah, goddamn. I think it's just all the fucking chaos energy in this very room.
And
yeah,
it's a combat complication.
Completely. So re-roll in 16. So
Bit better.
Okay, what have we got? We started on 3. And make 15 icons. Which means you would be able to shift all 4 of your shifty wifties.
Yeah.
So you're going to be 5 base, 4 shifted, 4 for shooting in the head, and then an extra 4 for being special when you shoot people in the head. What does that add to? Hang on. Hang on, let's keep track of this.
5 and then 3 times 4.
Yes, it is.
17.
So 17 ED. Right, that's bananas.
That is a lot.
So do I put that on my bonus dice for damage roll, or do I just up the ED straight away?
I think the easiest thing for you to do is just roll 17 dice.
Yeah.
Okay. 26.
Yeah. That's bit shit again. Fortunate.
I used my other wrath point already, didn't I?
8 ED out of 17 dice is a bit naff. However, it's still pretty good, even if it could have been. It could have been more Hunter Killer Prime, but
Yeah.
so 18 damage total.
I've revealed myself as well.
18 damage total. He's got 14 resilience. He takes 4 damage. Can't access. However,
That was 2 turns worth, technically.
he is looking substantially worse for wear as he struggles to complete his inexorable climb to the Garden of Nurgle. It's not looking so much like he's going to make it.
I should have gone for the legs.
Yeah.
Walking.
Is he physically climbing?
Quite possibly. He is physically climbing up a disgusting path into another realm, yeah.
An ethereal staircase.
It's like Rainbow Road, but not nice.
Rainbow Road.
Rude.
Hey!
Who picked Rainbow Road?
Right, that's the end of the round, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big one.
So, round 3. Looking like you are in a position to stop old Putradyne. But there is a rumble of dark energies. The veil between the realms has thinned.
Whoa.
And the roof of the cavern shakes, dislodging rocks that plummet downward. Then a part of the roof gives way, and a vast mass of maggots, worms, and flies drops down and lands among the rubble with an audible squelching noise. No sooner has the mass landed than it starts to knit itself together
Terrible time
into a giant, bloated form. Immediately, some of the streams of warp energy that swirled around the altar attach and shift towards the demon, as if drawn by a magnet. Say hello to Boltuthrax Clostidia.
Oh my good lord! Wait, did that replace our big man, or is that some new?
Oh
guy?
no, that's his friend. The great unclean one giggles and grins as it gathers up its guts and shoves them back inside its ruptured stomach. Along with a scattering of Nurglings who came bubbling out of the wound.
Putradyne,
It says in a deep, rumbling belch.
what a feast you have prepared for me. A moment to gather my strength. I'll hold off these little maggots for you.
Ah,
Alright.
On the pathway, Putradyne stumbles, goals something farther than ever before. Right, can you take down a great unclean one in 20 minutes? Players, begin.
Oh wait, so is Putradyne not a priority anymore?
They both seem important. Putradyne continues his path. You will have to make a decision as to what's more.
is he actually where he is? Because I'm thinking about I'd finally love to use a multi-attack. Can I attack him and this Nurgling, or they? What's going on?
The giant demon is where the giant demon is.
So, if I were to go here,
Hey, Mikey. Mikey, do you want
just
to?
make the demon a bit bigger, just so I mean he's not.
I'm going to
super
put it
big.
over Mikey's character so he stops faffing about.
I have to wait to our turn to communicate in character.
No.
You can shout. Yeah. Right, who's taking an action?
I'm going to multi-attack
What's
these
most
two
important
people.
to you?
I'm going to multi-attack these two people.
Mikey, do you want to spend 2 glory to do staggering blow so you can give ally Astartes 2+ damage and -2 AP?
Oh, he's been paying attention to that all the time. Yes, I do want to do that. Is that an action, or is it just a thing I can do?
I think it's the thing you can do. Make a melee attack if you hit. The next successful attack against the target by an ally with the Astartes keyword gains +2 damage and -2 AP.
Yep.
So
Yep, I'm going in for a multi-attack. I'm using 1 glory to use staggering blow. And I'm going to start off this first attack on big boy. So here we go. Let's do it.
Who are you multi-attacking?
The big guy and the little guy. I'm right in there.
Yeah.
Couldn't be more.
Really,
in
really prioritising those plague bearers, eh?
Well, I
Hey,
can't multi-attack both of them. I can attack him once,
wow.
him once, and the plague bearer once. You know? Let's do it.
Grimdark Techno.
Oh, it's
This
terrible.
is the
Oh, very
soundtrack
good.
of Dread,
2, 4, 5,
which is a great
6,
film, and everyone should watch it.
six icons. What's
Yeah, man, if you
Big
haven't
Man's
seen
defense?
Dread, go watch Dread now.
What's Big Man's defense?
That's Stallone.
Big Man's defense. Alone?
The old one was.
The original
Yeah.
Dread, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, fair enough. The target's defense is 5.
Lovely, that's a hit. With a, can I shift that one? No, I don't think I can. 1, 2, 3. No, I can't shift that. That's fine. Cool, that's a hit. Let's do some damage. That's going to be. Oh, there's 16 plus 4. Here we go. Come on. Oh, it's okay. That's right. Yeah, 19 damage minus 3 AP on Big Man.
19 damage, you say?
Minus
Okay.
3 AP. And does that? Let's see. When you make a minute, if you hit the
Alright.
next, all right, and he's now been staggered as well. With a staggering blow.
I'm just gonna move him slightly because I can't actually access his little HP bar thing.
Oh, it was all fun and games when you're moving around, wasn't it?
Alright, he's taken some damage.
Great.
And he
Oh.
laughs.
Well, follow-up attack of this guy, and finally, no DN on him because of my dual wielding attack, so I'm just going to attack again on Little Man. Here we go.
I thought you're doing a multi-attack, right? So
Yes.
when you do a multi-attack, you just hit both with that increased DN. But
Right,
you don't
okay.
have an increased
Cool,
DN.
there's no
because
DN.
you have the- You actually
fine.
don't need to roll to hit again.
Okay, great. So save, but then roll damage again.
It just does the same again, what you already did. So,
Same damage.
Yeah, so you slay that one too.
Nice. Well, that was my most successful attack this game.
Nice.
And he staggers, so the next successful attack from the Astartes on the unclean one is plus 2 damage and minus 2 AP. Oh, it costs 2 glory. Sorry, so 2 glory. That did cost
Yeah.
you right. Sorry.
I'm going to seize the initiative.
Whoa.
Nice.
For glory and charge into the great unclean one.
Yes.
And I say, by the great card, this is the last thing I do on this realm before I join my father on the fields of Chagoris. I will slay this demon. And I charge in.
Khulgu Khan, you have earned a point of wrath.
Yes. So with charge, I get the +3. So Chiklaki. Oh, that's the wrong roll. Ignore me. Chiklaki. I'm gonna do a wrath I just earned to re-roll that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 failures.
Jesus.
Aye, not much better. An extra 3.
Plus 2 damage.
Yeah, so 3. So I probably can. Yeah, all I can do is shift 1. So DB modifier 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage plus 16 is 23 total. But AP minus 5.
Damage.
AP minus
5. Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. I got there in the end. He takes a good chunk of damage. I'm going to roll his determination. So that leaves, to my estimation, and at this point it probably is an estimation, 15 damage going through. But he does have 10d6 on his determination.
What?
Which is horrendous.
No.
He ignores 7 of those remaining 15, taking 8 damage.
That's all right.
Pretty good to still do 8 damage despite all of that, but pretty
Yeah.
horrendous at the same time.
I've got 2 more wrath. It's fine.
Okay, well, he turns his bile blade upon you. And
Can't see this.
So, here we go. Vile Blade. He doesn't roll well. You know what? It's a good job he has a stash of personal ruin, isn't it? So he's got 4 successes. He's going to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Well, he's got no shifties.
Yeah,
so
that's good.
You're lucky he didn't roll a single 6 out of all that. So that is going to be 19 damage on you, sir. He does a lot less damage than you with his Vile Blade.
So determination is 4. How much? Sorry, 19.
19.
So I can shift all those to shock, putting me down to 3, and I will do a retaliation strike, which hits, and I can shift 1. Oh dear. Just the extra 2 damage there, so just 18 damage.
Just 18 damage.
Oh, but I get +2 from the Mikey's thing, so 20 AP5.
20 AP5. 1, 2, 3. 4 of those get ignored. 20 basically becomes 25. His resilience is 15. So it's 10. 10 damage would go through, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 on the 6. Now at this point, he is actually starting to lose his grip on reality. You can see the energy from the one surviving pillar pouring energy into him, but as the 2 destroyed pillars sort of sputter, you can tell that he's not gained the grip on reality that he expected to have.
Oh, good.
So perhaps it may have been worth the consequences. Eddie's going to spend a point of ruin and hit you again.
Hey, that's my thing.
Everyone says quickly over the Vox comms, Marines, like your sacrifice is not that much in vain.
Yeah, I think.
Weakened. He's weak.
Well, yes, I knew it would work.
Oh, it's a rubbish roll. Good job he's got loads of wrath. 3, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 dice again. Alright, so he's going to be able to shift that 1. It's still not going to be too much. He'll be roll 5. Oh, it's not bad though. 16, 17, 18, 19. 22 damage on you. It's AP3, but I don't think you care, do you, because of your shield?
Hmm. 22.
I think I said 22, potentially.
So 7. Does it take? I'm out of shock, and I take 4 wounds.
All right. Not sure who's left to act on this round. I've lost track of the round.
I think both the other 2.
Shall I act or shall I wait for?
No, go ahead.
So I'm gonna make a cold shot on Putradyne. I'm gonna aim for his kneecap.
Ah, like you always wanted.
Which is smaller than his head, so it's 3D.
Bigger than his balls.
Right? Is that okay, Milo?
Yep, I'm okay with that.
And then instead of the ED being 2, it'll be 3, 4, instead of 8.
It'll be 6 instead of 8 extras.
Yeah. No. Wait, what?
Roll the attack. We'll get to it later. It's going to be an extra 3 on the DN for the hit test.
Whoa.
So target's defense is usually 4, which goes up to 7. You've got a cheeky 14 successes. So you can shift
all 3, right?
all 3, yeah.
Damage.
So 5
Plus 3.
It's plus 6.
So
Just if you add the 2 together, so it's 11 ED in it. Wait, no, plus the additional 3. It's going to be 14 ED.
Nice.
14 ED, come on, big numbers.
God, do us a good one.
He whispers to himself, "Purge the unclean." Bah.
Ooh.
Now we're talking. Ish.
10.
We're talking a bit.
Get the kneecap.
Yeah.
Fuck his knees.
10 ED there. So, how does your shot stop Putradyne Corporis' ascension to the Garden of Nurgle?
I feel like that as soon as the round's fired, everybody well, not everybody, but Davruse specifically watches it almost as a slow-mo that through his magnoscope connect with the back of the kneecap, that it ingresses itself and then kind of ricochets from all within his armor, causing massive internal damage. So much that Nurgle could not even heal. Perhaps.
Incredible. Putradyne Corporis howls in rage as he sort of first drops to one knee as his knee's blown out on the thingy, and you hear the snickering of Nurglings amused by his downfall. And the gate to the Garden of Nurgle begins to shut. Putradyne lost in the in-between realms to suffer in the warp for all eternity.
That goes well.
Seriously, right?
Now, just one remaining threat to deal with.
Just a little one.
And not much time to deal with it.
Yeah. Should we do an average of Anthony's damage? And
yes, we can do that.
And then I'll hit.
So, here's how we're going to play this, because we're going to end at 6:30, because it's been a very long session and everyone's got places to be. If you are able to defeat Putradyne in one more round of combat, huzzah. If not, you will have to make a decision on whether or not you call down the virus bombs.
Yeah.
Virus bombs? No virus bombs. Vortex bombs. Vortex bombs.
Yeah, which Khulgu will do.
Yeah. So that was the end of the round, right? Khulgu, can you do it? Bend everything, brother.
Yes, I will. Right. The complication, but we'll ignore it. 1, 2, 3.
Complications.
I'll re-roll my 5 dice.
Complication.
For an extra 2, so I can shift that 1. Not amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 21 damage.
Just 21.
It's rubbish.
I'm afraid that is not enough to slay him. I'm going to say, as he's struggling to maintain his grip on reality, though, he's not as resilient in that disgusting sense as usual. So he's not going to roll determination.
Can he hit me so I can counterattack?
That is what he would do. I'll tell you what he's going to do. He's going to... Right, well, I haven't got that. He's going to...
I assume we were out of glory, Olly.
We've got one more.
Yeah, he's going to hit you with his bio blade, isn't he?
Yeah.
If he kills you, that'd be a real shame.
Well, I've got duty until death. If I suffer max wounds, I still got to act normally.
Alright, here he goes. He hits you with his bile blade. It's not great, but he's obviously gonna re-roll his fails, isn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 successes. Shift 1, roll 5 ED. Roll 5 ED. Back. Come on.
Ow.
1, 2, 3, 4. So that will be 20 damage coming at you.
Oof.
Okay, well, I'm not at max wounds yet. I don't have to do duty until end, but I will hit you back.
Alright.
Foul demon with a critty hitty.
It's nice.
Oh, yes! Yes! Come on, Khulgu!
Come on, go.
With my... Oh, that's even better. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8.
Roll the critty hitty table. Come on, give me a good one.
So that's 24 damage base. 24, that's not very high.
Yeah, you couldn't have rolled one of the sick ones, could you? But you get ferocious rending. That's extra 1d3 wounds and vulnerable. Plus 1 wound for every glory you spend.
Oh.
I've got 1 left. So we'll do, what is it, 1d3 plus 1. It's 3 extra wounds.
So, Khulgu Khan, tell us how you Putradyne Clostridia.
Happy birthday to you.
I think he blocks the bile blade. No, maybe he he takes it on the storm shield. The bile blade cuts into it. The electrical discharge fighting against the bile. And then he takes the Thunderhammer and does the Captain America uppercut straight into his jaw, through his face.
Nice.
Yes.
Mergling's flying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alrighty, so.
So awesome.
And chat goes crazy.
So, you defeat Putradyne Clostridia and Putradyne Corporis,
syllables.
and have no need to call down the vortex bombs.
Could we do it? Jessica laughs.
Maybe on
As a
Anthony.
result,
What about the Demon Marine in our presence?
Yeah.
There's each one.
Don't worry about that.
a bit of an issue.
We can leave him
I
here.
can't mercy kill another one of Alex's mutated characters. Can't be doing it
So
again.
the spire is saved. The Garden of Nurgle does not threaten Gilead Primus, and Putradyne Clostridia, an enemy of 3,000 years to the Absolvers chapter, is defeated. The highest honours of the chapter are bestowed on
Huzzah.
most of you. But I suppose one thing left to resolve, really, is what happens once you've slain Putradyne and you are left with Chaplain, Anthonai, Zephix.
Well, I feel like Roquefort and I also took a lot of corruption.
Yeah,
Probably knowing we'll never be accepted back into the Imperium. I think Khulgu would do the honourable thing and detonate the melter bombs. Kill us all!
and accomplish something else, or
Davruse roll stealth and just slink away to the darkness.
I just say, take priests. Leave from this place. We will not be able to return to civilization.
are we also accomplishing something by meltering, or are we just killing ourselves?
Well, I feel
Are we,
like
stealing something away, or
destroying the rest of the pillar and all the horrible gross stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Marines.
I think Roquefort, you would also know that this is the only honourable course of action. You risk spreading the corruption back to your battle brothers.
I just check my book and just yes, you're right.
Knowing that your duty is done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take your places at the Emperor's side.
Yes.
Marines, what would you like the reports to read on your mission here? What should I report back?
That we saved a lot of lives. That I was the engineer of our brilliance, and yes, that'll do.
It's canon. Congratulations, team. You
Hooray.
have just somehow managed to complete Affliction Ascendant.
Yeah, get that fat guy off the screen. He's gone.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
He's not even going to get an X. He's getting deleted.
Oh, so wait.
Well done.
Nice.
Very awesome. That was well sped through as well.
GG.
I
Wait, does
really
Alex-
didn't think that with 20 minutes to go that we're going to take down the
I know, right?
down the Great and Clean one. Happy birthday!
Yay! Happy birthday to OP. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
That was really cool.
Thank you, Milo. That is, I miss Wang. I don't know what it is about. I love Spellbound, but something about Wang is always so.
It's good, isn't it? Very good. Yes, I very much enjoyed running that.
It was
Lot of fun.
We should go back and do the tier 1 one as well. We play as guardsmen.
It's going to be so weird going from Thunderhammer times to
Last pistol.
What tier will we be finished?
4.
Tier 3. Okay.
Yeah,
so-
the end we were tier 4.
Yeah, it felt about right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, there is an awarding XP